Morning. I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we're doing another live stream. And this is going to be, this week is proving interesting. So what we're going to do is just kind of jump into Minecraft, or rather Minecraft combined with Lunar Client. I have not actually paid Lunar Client anything, but they're desperately trying to sell me stuff. That's just how that's going to roll, I'm afraid. And one thing I'm actually a little curious about don't mind me, I'm derping around. This is not going to be my quickest morning. You can't really see what I'm doing, but what I was trying to do is, oh yeah, that would be the one. So wide angle, wide area network, Chris World is the one where when Chris World on my screen is the one that is the internet accessible one, and this is the one where I'm connecting on my private network. And we're building this thing today. But I'm also just kind of talking about stuff. Oh, spooky how dark it gets out here. That is kind of increasingly ominous. Yeah, this is not going to be my liveliest week, and that is largely because I had a week before then that was extremely intense. Got a whole list of plugin ideas to work on, many of which were pretty good. And so what I'm doing today, well, I can think of one thing I can do immediately just to sort of start off. And that is make this a double ladder thing. Hey, Mr. Braimon style. I know that was one thing I was planning to do. I'm also going to replace the blocks under the ladders with wood, and that apparently, I don't really know why I've got that there. Maybe I just been harvesting monsters or something. And up here is why that area down there was shaded. It doesn't affect all of the glass stuff, but I finished out last Tuesday building this using the Snowball Madness mechanics that I've got. And this is nice because this stuff, oh, and I also got killed flying around using the rocket mechanic and also the elytra. I was like, this is such a large dome, I can fly around with the elytra in it. And that's true except for when you fly into the wall at high speed, at which point kinetic energy gives you a little wake-up call. So one of the things that this does, as in this particular snowball, is it stops fall damage. So I can use this to make some space. And it would appear my inventory is totally full because I am simply not picking up that. Just not to say I want to, I just noticed that I'm not picking it up. We'll end up dumping it on the ground, but not before neatly falling through all of this area and making space like this. And then immediately running away from the monster and shooting it with an arrow. Because that is the sound of a monster, apparently with an axe even, created by all this darkness area. Eventually we're going to replace although we can. Oh, hi. There's another guy with fancy pants armor, so I would like to hunt this guy with a... I'm ignoring everything else, just in case I can get... Boy, there's a lot of them. Is that another one with fancy pants armor? Yikes. I'm getting bullied. I'm rather overpowered as far as the bullying part is concerned, though. So, where am I still getting shot from? From there. I have much better arrows than you, sir. Yeah, so maybe could do with some more torches out here, seeing as I have made this area dark monster spawn zone. Even hit myself with one of the arrows. They shouldn't spawn in water, but all of this area I could probably do with lighting up a bit. And there is a way of doing that too. Also, how about let's refood a little bit so that I can heal up. Yeah, what I was beginning to talk about before I lost track was that it's been a tricky couple of weeks. Normally, I would be using a game playing zone of derping around, playing in Minecraft, just kind of unwind, recover from a strenuous burst of work. In this week, not as much as I would have thought, because I ended up with a series of regular sort of householder things. It's probably worth talking about simply because it's this weird combination of desirable, what everybody would wish, what everybody would want for. That didn't work. Combined with some of the challenges of that. Like, let's see if I can get some of these. Things down here. And it'll still be intense, but it won't be quite as intense as before. And some of that's lighting glitches and harmless. In particular, and it's getting dark, and I kind of need to go and sleep. Have I ever tried playing Mime Test? Asked Mr. Bream. I don't think I have, no. I don't think I've done that. how about let's put a bunch of this stuff away and work from there. And I'm actually not needing, I don't know why I'm carrying around so many quartz blocks, because I'm not going to be needing those so much, but I'm sure going to be needing a lot of ladders, and I'm sure going to be needing a lot of birchwood planks. So we can kind of get right started with that and unload some of these other things that I'm not going to be using right at the moment. So, let's see, and I can get rid of that, and I can get rid of that, not using you right now. Not so worried about that torch. That's probably a good setup for the ladder and birchwood making stuff. So Snowball Madness, in case anybody is not completely familiar with this already, lets you duplicate stuff in an interesting way. If you produce a monster, for instance, a zombie, by doing a snowball rotten flesh, what's going to happen is it's going to carry whatever is in slot 1. I could do a version that gets really mischievous by having it carry anything that's in any of the slots, but that would just make things more cumbersome. And you do this. Oh, that guy's carrying a carrot. And in doing this, now I get an extra full stack. And it kind of operates along those lines. Oh, and it actually has attracted another zombie from somewhere. Where's that guy at? He is clearly outside. Another full stack. And we'll do the same thing with the ladders next. And then I'll be ready to go and redo what I had been doing with the stairwell. I'm interested in also making games as well as making plugins, and I've been doing some of that. It's just it ends up being fairly demanding. And so I'm not always super quick as far as working with all of these things. Now I have a splendid collection. Yeah, I was talking about how I had produced a bunch of plugins. Let me drink some more of my regular coffee. Regular coffee, weirdly enough, like pour-over drip coffee, seems to be less intense thickness-wise, but more intense caffeine-wise than espresso, which is odd. I wouldn't have called that, but that seems to be how that works. And I'm just trying to get my head together so that I can talk coherently. Anyways, I have had a much less easy week / end of week / whatever you call this. And that is because on Wednesday I had an intense bout of excuse me. Well, this doesn't look promising. Now what am I supposed to do? Let's use the flying arrow and Don't know what that was about, but I seem to have survived it. So normally I recuperate. Like, I have a fairly severe dose of autism, and the ability to deal with various things can be compromised, and I got to recover from stuff. Hi. There's a problem. We're going to figure this out eventually. For now, it's disrupting my ability to tell my rather boring little story. Basically, all the story is I didn't get to really recover because I had my space invaded. Not in some kind of mean, negative, hostile way, but I had a burner cleaning for my oil furnace. And as you know, mostly I'm using wood stove to heat my place. It's also getting warmer, and that's nice. But that oil furnace also plays a role. So does this work? Not as such. I have one argument there, Mr. Bream. Completely cloning the gameplay of Minecraft is not a unique experience. But yeah, like I was saying, I had stuff happening, namely, and I can see what I'm going to need to do with this scenario too, I believe. I could be mistaken. Some kind of problem there. I'm not really quite sure what happened there, but hopefully I'll fix it. Anyways, burner cleaning. My oil furnace needed a burner cleaning, and that involved having a complete stranger, somebody I'd never met before, coming into my house. And I, with my intense autism, have developed enough ability to mimic human behavior that I'm able to handle situations like that, but it takes it out of me in a way that it would not. I feel like normal people might need something like that in their life when they spend months and years on end isolated in a little hole building plugins. For me, no, it kind of works the other way, is that I thrive in the ultimate isolation to some extent. There are caveats there. But the more of that I do, the less comfortable I am. Having somebody come into my space. So that was always going to be tricky. And it's not because it was a bad guy or something, it's just because I have a disability. And I end up with, abilities and powers and stuff, but also drawbacks, of which, there's a lot of super leftist handicapped people on Twitter and wherever who would relate to that very strongly. I don't come at it from a perspective of everybody needs to cater to my needs around this. I'm simply acknowledging it as how I work. The reason it's a disability is because it poses challenges for me. and puts me in a situation where it's not necessarily easy for me to function. So that was always going to be tricky. And then another thing turned up as a result of this. Let me go all the way down and sleep. Because my oil furnace had been acting kind of balky. It didn't always want to start. And when that happened, it would spit smoke. And breathing smoke is bad for you. So I knew I was not in good shape there. So it was important to get this fixed, and it's costing me hundreds of dollars to even have it cleaned, much less fixed. So that's a unexpected expense. It's the sort of homeowner thing that you run into, where that will be a thing that happens to you if you're responsible for maintaining your own place. And what with the disabilities and stuff, like I can do that, but there's limits to how far I can take it, how effective I am at that. I'm not very effective at certain things. So I welcomed the oil company burner cleaner guy in, the complete stranger in, and he seemed perfectly nice and fine, which is, you know, as one would hope. And he took a extremely extra long amount of time doing his thing, which is just like, that can just be, oh, hi. Here we are again, stuck in the middle of the air. Oh. So he took way extra time to do this. And that was putting a limit on how much day I had left. And the next thing you know, he is reporting that he successfully cleaned the thing. In fact, I went and looked, and he had replaced a bunch of parts. They're not necessarily very fancy parts, but like there's a little glass thingy where you can see the water level. And that had been leaking and blowing steam all over everything to the point where everything was rusting. And he'd replaced that. He'd brought a whole bunch of stuff up to speed, much better than any previous burner cleaner ever had. I don't know how much that's going to cost me. It's already hundreds of dollars. And the next thing you know, he is turning around and he's looking kind of bashful. He has this look that's kind of funny. I'm like, what is this look about? Turns out it's because he's entering sell me something mode. He works for a oil company, and so he is in the capacity of being able to like sell me oil furnaces or whatever. And that's exactly what he has in mind. Oh, now I'm in trouble again. So he's going, well, it works. And there's the good news and the bad news. Good news is that your oil furnace is unusually good as far as spitting out CO2. Now that is good news. That is good news because it's kind of important. Like, I do not want to be breathing CO2 just from operating my oil furnace. That's bad. So, you know, that will shorten my lifespan in a way that I can't really do anything about. Being that I don't, it's not like I have serious health care or whatever, although I am a Vermonter, and Vermont does have a degree of health care that it cares about, but there's limits to, I can't just willy-nilly have health care. I'm an American. So his information is like, guess what? Good news is your oil furnace produces very little CO2. Bad news is it produces very little efficiency. So where he was at with that is all of a sudden he wanted to sell me a replacement because it is a very old oil furnace that was replaced from a coal burning furnace. Also, to bounce back, Mr. Bream, to the talking about mind test, here's the thing is I barely have time to even go on Minecraft and do things, and this is kind of my own mod, the Snowball Madness thing that I added to this older version of Minecraft. I'm fairly unlikely to be able to have time to play. I mean, if there's another game that I would play, it could very well be like, oh, it's still dark over there, Kerbal Space Program or Cities Skylines. Not that I have experienced the new Cities Skylines. Apparently there's a new version of that, but and those are things I also have, but mostly I will be building plugins, doing that, or making music. Because, I mean, synthesizer parts here. That's a big chunk of what I do. So if I'm Minecrafting, that's really a sideshow. I'm never going to be a game YouTuber, or in that context where it makes sense for me to be like, oh, here is the great open source version of Minecraft that you should play. Like, no, I should not play, because I don't normally play. Is not something I normally do. That may be something worth looking into. Oh, how am I now stuck again? Oh, I see what's happening, I think. Yeah, I was stuck on the bottom edge of that somehow, which doesn't make any sense, and yet there it is. Hi, how'd that happen? What on earth is going on here? Do we have a phantom block? Thank you. That phantom block is clearly a phantom block because that was what was originally supposed to be there. We'll see how many of those pop up. To double break the sucker. But yeah, also, Mr. Bream, your English seems absolutely fine. Well done. I myself am very good at English, and I have no... Oh, look at that. Here's why we're getting stuck in things. It's because we have phantom blocks that can fall to the earth and be gone. And we will fix those every time they appear by simply breaking them. I wonder if it's worth making a hole in the roof. That could conceivably be neat, although I kind of like the roof being the giant dome. Anyways, what was happening with me this week was the challenge of that yearly burner cleaning. And it's worse when it's a stranger. I have a hard enough time with social interactions in spaces that normally don't happen. It's much like, the guy comes in and to my psyche, it's like, hi, home invader. This is the guy that busted into my house in the middle of the night. And my psyche and body is behaving as if it's that. And my mind is going, yeah, this is the guy that is fixing my furnace. He's supposed to be here. But that doesn't mean that, my animal nature is reacting as if that is how that's supposed to be. So these are the challenges. These are the challenges of being my particular type of turbo nerd, and the way that my body and mind reacts to other people around me. Because bear in mind, one of the reasons I'm Chris from Airwindows is that I have lived a life thoroughly, intensely, deeply isolated. Oh, there's another one of those. Isolated. And that's due in part to early experiences of coping with, autism and some abuse stuff I've had to work through by turning to drugs. And so I just got high and did my share of psychedelics as well. On some occasions, more than my share of psychedelics. There's stories I can tell. Oh, high, additional block that's not supposed to be there. And as a result of these things, I ended up in young adulthood, isolated and really not able to deal with anything. I'm not sure how many people I have in my audience who, for instance, have or have had a case manager. If you have had a case manager, you're a case. That's the thing. And I have indeed had a case manager, not even super incredibly long ago. Hi, additional block. Let's see if we can get to where we're getting, or whether we need to make even more blocks. Because I'm out of these. Sometimes, in order to get a Chris from Airwindows in the world, you got to go through a space where what you've got is a case out there that is being sustained by social services and isn't really much use. Spent a lot of years not being much use. Oh, hey. Looks like we got to where we were getting. I'm speculating on whether I'd like to do something special here, but maybe not. Go beans. And I have solved all of the stuck blocks. All the stuck blocks were ghost blocks. So now my next job is to go through and place a whole bunch of ladders. And I mean a whole bunch of ladders, which I believe I've got enough. And look at how many quartz blocks I made. That's a surprising number. So yeah, I have been not at my best. I better sleep. It's night. Because I had a perfectly normal interaction with a oil burner cleaner that I'd never met. And the thing that threw me for a loop yesterday in particular is that, where the crud did, there it is. I'm not satisfied with how dark this is. This needs to be brighter. after cleaning this burner and telling me the good news is that this burner that is very inefficient doesn't produce much CO2. Bad news is it doesn't produce much efficiency. I'd gotten that far as to explainings. What are you supposed to do about that? I ask. Why, you're expected to go and buy a new oil furnace, one that's more efficient. You'll save a lot of money by getting the oil furnace, which mine's like 60% efficient at converting heat into heat on water, because it's a steam heat one. But it's more reliable and is likely to last longer than modern ones. But modern ones are like 80% efficient rather than 60% efficient. So it's like, well, clearly you're going to want to do this. And I'm fishing a little bit, and I'm going like, okay, nice that you think that. How much does it in fact cost to make get a new oil furnace, one that is much more efficient? And I'm like, including installation. And he balks. And I'm going like, okay, come on, just shoot. Like, how much? Like, how many thousands or tens of thousands of dollars is it going to cost for me to replace this oil furnace that you think is not good because it's a conversion from an old coal-fired one, and you just had to replace a bunch of things, and I don't know how many hundreds of dollars that's going to cost me. And he hems and haws a little bit, and it turns out to replace this oil furnace with a newer, groovier, cooler one that is much more efficient, we're talking like $20,000 freaking dollars. I'm sorry. I can get a Bricasti reverb to study if I try real hard. That's a $5,000 thing just about. And it's a big deal. I cannot replace the furnace that I have with the new one. If it breaks, I'm done. Or I'm wood heated, basically. I do have that going on. So that was a downer. I mean, I'm going to tell you, that's depressing. Being in a situation where you're like, oh, hi, here's this normal workman guy. And he's coming in. He looks a little bit bashful. He looks a little bit used car salesman because he knows he's switching into sales mode. And I wanted to be like, have you seen the outside of my house? Dude, I'm looking at like $12,000 or more simply to get my place painted up so that it's not a complete disaster on that front. Where do you get off trying to pitch me a $20,000 replacement of my oil heater? It's like, I don't know if I'm going to live long enough to recoup that amount of money with the amount of savings that it would produce. So that was a major downer. Like, that turned into a guy coming into my place to do maintenance work on the facilities of my place. And then became depressing because it's like, yeah, I'm actually a lot more along the lines of poor people than I am even oil burner technicians. Normal people can do things like, well, that's not true. Normal people can't do things like randomly get $20,000 oil furnace updates. Normal people aren't living in a house. Normal people are living in an apartment. And somebody else may or may not be willing to replace broken stuff of theirs. And I remember that firmly because I've spent a lot of years living that way. If you're like a politician or something, or you work in an oil company, then maybe it seems to you that normal people spend $20,000 to update. See, this gets into the zone where it starts to explain why I do what I do. Why I do the plugin making the way that I do it has a great deal to do with staying firmly aware that loads of my fellow humans are just up a creek permanently. And I don't like it. I don't like the reality of that people suffer so much and are so much at a loss because I don't see a grand difference in terms of worth or ability between the people who have a lot of money and resources and the people who don't. Especially these days, it becomes starkly obvious. You look at like the shenanigans of Elon Musk and you go, that's what we get for multiple poly-uber billionaires? That's what that counts for? That's not the most impressive showing. And that's a fair take. It's not a very impressive showing. Oh, by the way, and now I have finished this thing, so that pleases me. Now we have a 2-wide downwards ladder. 2 little domes. In this interior place. I could even put, here's an amusing thought. Let's put little splashdowns everywhere. Wouldn't that be neat? I'm going to need to make some buckets, but the way that this area is designed, I can have neat little splash pads on the sides of all of these things. You'll be able to go boop out just enough to land in water, and probably with a small amount of additional grace period there. And let's just see what that will be like to make. I do not know if I have literal buckets though, but I have the ability to produce buckets. Here, this block of iron is one of the things I was going to use for a decoration. So that could become a thing. It's sad that we can't do things like iron stairs, although it appears that I do have the ability to make netherrack as another decorating material. It kind of goes against the concept of the wooden spaceship that I'm playing with, because this is all about, can we make a random Minecraft build that explores the ideas of what it would be like if you had wooden spaceships. All the buckets. I just noticed something about how this area is arranged that tells me that I could use buckets as part of this design. Because we got half slabs and we've got ladders, and what that means is that we can make a bucket, and look, even landing on the edge, you do land on. In fact, we can make infinite water sources too, I bet. Feels like if we're doing this, why not just kind of go whole hog, at which point we'll have an infinite water source, and that'll be convenient. Let's see if it's true. It's true. And that is safer to land on. It's a way to come downwards quickly. would violate some of these designs a little bit, but plus I don't know if I actually need it here. Oh, and I can't remove that there, so. Fill up nicely. So yeah, there I am talking about my, ooh, wouldn't it be nice if it was entirely water around there? It would make it look kind of interesting. That said, oh hey, we actually can't use this unless we go up a bit. There's a thing. And we haven't finished filling that in either. Felix? Oh, no. This, watch this. This is Snowball Minecraft. See how I got that snowball there? And now I have made a monster. And now the monster is attacking me, but I also have a very effective arrow. An infinite arrow that looks like a snowball. And I have a rocket I can fly around with. And the sphere was made by, or all of these spheres are made by other snowballs, other mechanisms that work in this way. This is literally a surfer atom, so I guess by definition that answer would be yes. Anyways, you caught me whining about my experiences with the repair dude. Let's see which of these I can transform into drop zones and which of them I can't. Do you know how to do Minecraft, and can you do Minecraft 12.2? It is 1.12.2. Also note that even if you do join, this is not necessarily a thing of, like, come and help me do the build that I'm doing. That's usually not how Minecraft works for anybody. But you can, if you can run Minecraft and join, let's continue to do this. This is going to look a little different. However, go to my Patreon. You should not actually have to become a patron. Let's see. Still fussing with some of this. Hold some space for me while I try to figure out what I'm doing. Okay, that looks a little weird, so maybe that's not what we want. Or maybe it's fine. I'm trying to decide whether this is fine. And I don't think I have enough slabs, but that could be fixed, because remember, we are in Snowball. I can have more slabs right away at a small amount of additional danger. Namely, and now that guy's carrying some slabs. And now I should have enough. So yeah, that experience. What if it was just a pole there? No, that's dumb. Let's not. We got another splash zone. Yeah, so there's your primary answer. You join by going to the Patreon, finding the address, and joining. If the address listed on the Patreon ceases to work, which as of this morning it was still fine, I'll update it. I might need to do a restroom run momentarily. Or if not momentarily, then at some point. Let's do that. I'm not really at the point of, well, let me hold for a moment. I'm going to finish my coffee, and only once I finish my coffee and I'm ready to burst, then I will go and do my restroom run. Here it is. Come down onto that. Come down onto that. Maybe glass might be good for those. And then this is the interior space. This is also an interior space. This, I feel like, might be good for a series of more constricted spaces like this. Like I could see that continuing to build outwards in this way. We're already kind of starting to do it. That could have its own usefulness. And then yet another drop zone for there. And this, of course, is the big area. Inside which is the central spheres and this big floor on top, which is a little wider than the centralist of spheres. We're just figuring out how to make that work. So yeah, I feel I can trust this thing to play music more reliably when I'm out of the world, so I'm hop out briefly in hopes it will play some music for me. While I go and do a pit stop. I will know if Adam got on by whether there is a 1 in that. throw another log on the fire and we'll get back into whatever we're doing. And that's a fair question. Like, what are we doing? One of the things I was doing was sort of sharing about some of the challenges of this week. In a lot of ways, these are some high-class problems. You want to be in a position where it's almost like I'm complaining because the weight of my gold bullion is too heavy and it's making my floors creak. But, yay, good job, good for you. Let's see. How about you start burning a little bit more? How are you doing? There you go. That's looking better. It's a little colder today. Hey, Crappy Blonde. I am going to jump back in and see where we're at. If we can, maybe we can. Signs point to yes. Oh, look at how dark everything is. Probably worth doing some stuff here as well, but I remember one of the things I was kind of interested in doing was a concept I was thinking about. And here's another one of said concepts, for which I'm going to need a whole bunch of birchwood slabs. So let's go back down. Go and pick up a bunch of said things. Yeah, so this proves to be a weird week. It proves to be a week that is super challenging and not at all the kind of relaxy mode that I would normally do if I had my heart set on, screw you, on unwinding from a really intense burst of plugin creating. And that had happened. I did get one of those. It's just that coming off of it, not so much. So let's see, more slabs. Stairs while we're at it. Birchwood just in case I need it. Probably don't need any more of these buckets. Probably don't need the letters. On the other hand, I have got enough to where I can start doing some of these things. In particular, those sea lanterns come in handy. I don't have that many of them, but I can have more. Lots more. Now we've got a full stack going on. Crappy Blonde has the question of, do I have a Patreon option for creating a custom plugin for someone? That would be a nope. That's either free or unavailable. I have miscalculated. Oh, there we go. We're fine. We're fine. I generated too many of those guys, but it just gave me lots and lots of stuff. So what happens regarding custom plugins and that type of thing is that there's no such thing as paying me so much money that I do exactly what you told me to. That's not a thing. However, what can exist is show up on my live streams like you are right now and pitch the idea publicly, so that if other people are watching, they could try to do it as well. Doesn't have to be just only me having to do everything. If you pitch an idea and it's such a good idea that it's worth doing and somebody does it, could well be me, could be somebody else, then you get the thing. Let's see here, that is about the right height for that. And that's all of my blocks, so let's make more. Oh, look, we got green-coated zombies now. Oh, I do need glass blocks here, don't I? Because that's not how I would want that to be. Well, I know one way I can do this. Crunch. And simply place them in there one at a time. And so we're going to have a series of floor levels in here. Oops. Let's just see what it takes to go through and kind of do this the way this is being done. And one thing about it, it's not ideal, is it? That might need to be fixed later. And there's another spot. Yeah, that's clearly not right. This curve has issues. It's not good. I'm going to go through and continue doing this the way that I'm doing it, even though it seems not right. I feel like that is not optimal, and it's definitely kind of screwy and weird. Oh well. Plus, I can do this and not use them up at the sometimes cost of having it not go where I want. But it seems actually to be doing that fairly well. And then sometimes it's totally not. Even manually placing. Devlet PUBG, very amused at something. Probably me derping around doing foolish things in Minecraft. And who can blame ya, I say. Or maybe you're just freaked out by how weird this is, because this is Snowball Minecraft. So it doesn't really function the way you would expect. Far from it. I do indeed have plans to continue the Mackie emulations because I know people who are very into that. Some of the drum and bass folks would be really excited to see that go onwards. That said, one thing that would help if I was to do that, it would help if I had a Mackie 8 bus. That's really kind of the one that people would want to see. I've got the itty bitty Mackie, so I can do your like French house style Mackie emulation. But it's honestly the 8 bus that people would be excited for. And it would be in the context of being able to go in there and like route channels into other channels. And that would more or less be simulated simply by just having plugins that would work as a, let's see what I can do here. That would be managed by just having plugins that you could stack. Some of them would be designed to work with the console system, and some of them would be just the same thing but not planned for a console build. It would be kind of like that. So now here we're getting into an area where I can actually use a different technique for this build. This will let me expand outwards a little more quickly if I play my cards right. Plus, it's not nearly as intimidating as the last time, because the last time I was doing it over a giant huge drop. And this is not. The only concern is like placing the blocks in the wrong place, which is not really that much of a worry. And that's one way of doing it. But yeah, so this is proving to be a weird week. Like, it's taking me hours to finish any sentence. Kind of goes to show you how I'm not 100% or even close. And that's some of the reasons why. And another interesting reason is, like, I have IRL friends. A lot of them are associated with like my recovery stuff, seeing as I am a what they call a recovering drug addict, in that I abused drugs in my day and then stopped doing it. Found that that was not helpful for me and then stopped doing it in a particular way. And as a result, I've got friends with similar values who also like used to abuse drugs and be overly into that and then stopped. And one of the things that's happening is on at some point during the weekend, I am invited out to a Brazilian steakhouse for sort of a social gathering with literally my friends, and that's challenging. Not because it's a big problem in its own right. In fact, I get to do a ride to the Brazilian steakout with this one friend of mine who I enjoy his company in that way. But it's a larger group, and that's always tough. It's always tough to have a bigger group of people that you're hanging with. Doesn't come natural. And that is on a day that I would normally be recording plugin videos, and so it puts it throws some of my planning off. And the trick there is, like, me working with my extreme autism and all that, is I may fall into a zone of essentially only wanting to do things in a certain way, and like wanting to have exactly the same routine and eat the exact same thing for breakfast every day and dinner and all of that kind of stuff. Like, I am quite looking forward to my regulation Chris from Airwindows tacos for dinner tonight, because I will not have to stay in a hotel, no. Although there have been times when I do like conventions and things, and then I do. If I am staying in a hotel and not sharing a room, that's easier for me. Let's see now. Boop. All of my roofs here are this tall. Oof. Why can you not do this simple thing? Come on. There we go. That's what we wanted. Oh yeah, like if I am sharing a hotel room, I may find it completely impossible to sleep. It's certainly going to be more challenging in lots of ways. And Although, I mean, one of the things I was thinking about earlier today is it's coming on towards 2 years now since I was romantically involved. And that is a whole thing. So there are contexts where you might want to be sharing a room. There might be a reason why you would like sharing a room. That doesn't stop it from being its own kind of little challenge. Everything has its own pluses and minuses. Let's switch back over to placing sea lanterns from here. Also, if I drop down here, hang on, I might not want that. Might not indeed. Don't mind me still fussing with some of this stuff. Yeah, so this dude with the oil burner cleaning, it's a real interesting combination of pluses and minuses there, in that I am delighted to find out that my furnace is actually unusually good for not giving me carbon monoxide and poisoning me. That seems good. I like that. I thought it was real off-putting that he reminded me that although I have a very nice life in lots of ways, by certain standards I'm very compromised. Like, what I've got can be real limited. Do I have any glass blocks? Did I not keep? Time to take my single glass block and place it where it needs to go. Namely, there. And there. And we'll see how well this stretches out. But yeah, there's kind of a cost to everything. And there are times when I experience that more than others, which is not necessarily a bad thing in its own right. It's like humility is knowing who you are, what that means, what your limitations, abilities, and so on are. And it's a valuable thing. It doesn't mean I necessarily have to enjoy it when I'm flung into the, oh, hi, yeah, we expect that you should be able to, everybody should be able to buy a $20,000 heating unit for slightly better efficiency, yeah? What kind of bozo are you that you can't afford a thing like that? Also, you should have a $80,000 truck. And it's like, ha 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 ha. Nope. That's not even a thing. I'm not saying that there's anybody running around suggesting these things to me. It's just kind of where my head goes when I am in the zone of some of these edges could be real dumb. Maybe I'll fix them at some point, or maybe I'll just finish up placing these blocks. Because now we're back over to being able to place more than one block at a time and have it actually work. None of those placed at all. Got to be literally on it. Accepting limitations is also accepting your limitations, because there's more to it than just the purpose of this is to have strengths or increase strengths or know about the strengths. Oh, what have I done? Darn it. Like, that doesn't count as a strength. I just did a silly thing. It's harmless, but oops. I was reminded by this by something or other that I saw, probably on Hacker News. It had me thinking along a philosophical bent. The Hacker News thing that had me thinking on the philosophical bent was along the lines of the tendency for computer nerds to be all libertarian and stuff. The limitations of that. And it's quite interesting. Because the drawback of that particular philosophy is a real tendency to assume that the purpose of everything is to personally be capable of all manner of things. And a lot of times when I'm running into like autism problems or just being confronted with what it is to be Chris from Airwindows in the way that is not as charming, my experience becomes that I am very much at the mercy of being one among many. Like, I'm going to depend upon other people to be good at what they do. And this includes times when it's like, yeah, the dude who wanted to sell me a $20,000 thing and gave me an emotional tailspin because I was like, ha ha ha, it's never going to be me. As I grow older and die, I'm going to have smaller horizons. What I'm about is doing as much as I can with what I've got, because that will eventually go away. My health will go away. My resources will go away. At some point, the stuff that I have in my house will all eventually fail, and I won't be able to replace it. And my life will decline. Because being good does not pay like being evil does. Seizing power pays. Giving away your power doesn't. And as near as I can tell, that's a hard and fast rule. I could find that I'm wrong about that. It would be kind of neat. I'd kind of enjoy being like, oh, hey, guess what? I turned out to be Bob Ross of plugins, and then people threw money, and I became incredibly wealthy, and all of a sudden I'm like Roger Waters in the, and this could happen through like having a hit album or something. I could have a area where instead of needing to share the software and the capabilities of it, I'm using it to do something creative, which then turns into a thing that people get excited about and go, dude, and then throw money and all that kind of stuff. That could, in fact, happen. But in the absence of that, what I'm looking at is my world will end up getting smaller. And that's not necessarily wrong. That can be a thing that's okay in its way. Because it's like the humility thing. Now, I'm also wondering what I would like in this area too. As long as I handle this right, you can have windows on things and add glass to alter the shape of stuff. Hey, Herbster. Well, I'm glad that you feel that way. That's one of the things I like to do. What have I done here? One of the things I've done here is make flat, well, apparently not all flat glass though. Let's go in and fool with this a little bit more. And make interior picture windows. And they're this big and wide, and then we've got these areas here which are pillars, but I can replace those things. Oh, Queen Stuff, why thank you so much. That's one of the way, like, here's human nature. Human nature is such that I had somebody comment on a video of mine recently how pleased they were that I was happy. I seemed happy. And I was making, it's probably because I was making the plugin video. Like, when I make the plugin videos, I have a little bit more in the way of makeup than on live streams. And I've got a little bit of baby powder on my nose to stop it from being shiny and glary even now. Well, doing the plugin videos, I have kind of better lighting, honestly, but I am making more of an effort at, professional studio makeup and whatever. I wonder what I can do here. This is me while I'm doing this, exploring some ideas of what else one can do. Huh. That's not going to be quite correct, but on the other hand, it does seem like it would actually work. Gives me a little wood spot peeking out. Maybe that'll be fine. We'll see. And one of the things to bear in mind as far as like doing stuff and how that works is I wrote in one of my notepads recently. In fact, I'm going to grab it. I put it right over here where I can get to it. This, as you can see, it says Analog Me 75, which is one of my secret projects. It's the, if you know about this, don't tell anybody, but, and I had written down an idea regarding Airwindows because I got reminded of a venerable bead. You ever heard of venerable bead? Oh, and this goes so far down. that you can barely see the bits up there where there's no glass poking through, so that's probably fine. And I think I just dropped glass down here. Very good. I'm going to want to do something around here, but all of this, yeah, see? See, I got little corners there. And that might end up being something. Maybe it'll end up being like, oh, I have not decided yet. As I build stuff, I also discover that we've got this giant area of the giantest of spheres, and the idea is, can I have fun building something in here? But I'm not sure if you ever heard of Bede's metaphor of the sparrow. This is a Middle Ages guy. A Middle Ages guy, the Venerable Bede, who I believe is one of the first sort of Christian evangelists that pushed that stuff forwards. And it looks like I have columns of light, so that could be a continuing concept. It seems to light the floor when it's under there. And that could come in handy as this continues to go. And then right up here we have where the clouds go through. You can just kind of see it or jump into the middle of the cloud, as it were. And we probably can't get over to there, but I can probably seal it up in such a way that I can get out onto it and then start placing blocks. And then wait for the clouds to go away, and we'll put in an area that's just kind of solid. Because we can't have another layer here. But we can't really enter into there unless this is a shallower area where you got to break the glass to get in. It is a shallower area where you got to break the glass to get in. And there's quite a layer of glass there. So, hey, guess what? More slabs. Yeah, when I mention the word humility, that has great importance. And one of the things about it is actively, positively good for people to be able to work together and cooperate. That's not just something that you do because you're not able to dominate and win well enough. There's more to it than that. It is an active good whenever people are able to relate to that about the human condition. Don't mind me speculating on the need for more snowballs and more wood slabs. Maybe we'll do a dark one. The underlayer will be lit up, but we can make it so that this layer is literally filled in with darkness and doesn't have any of those lights. Or not. Not really sure. Still figuring it out. What I'm seeing where the crosshairs are, that's mushroom. Like, as I see it, as far as, like, being an enlightened human, in the way that when people do spiritual work, they are trying to be an enlightened human and so on, to the extent that that is not just about, I became Superman and had all the power ever, being able to embrace things like mortality and the being not the only, I'm not the only pony in the corral. My happiest moments are when I'm doing stuff and I'm able to be helped by somebody for whom they're not having to put out a heroic effort. I love it when people like, for instance, Paul from the Surge Synthesizer project, he is responsible for the VCV Rack port. And the guy from VCV Rack is challenging in his own right, and to the extent that there's a fork of his project. And yet he's the guy who wanted to do that. And so Paul kind of supports him because he was the one who has designed and made that project and likes it to go a certain way. That gives him some degree of say over how that works, even if his social skills aren't as great as Paul's social skills are really quite good. Paul has the ability to work with people in a very reassuring and appealing sort of way that you really feel like a member of the team and supported. Paul's real good at that. I'm very positively impressed by him that way. But one of the things I like is when somebody like that is able to help me and it's not really putting them out very much. It's not asking much. They're not doing anything that's that hard for them because it's just a reminder of, I'm not the only pony in the corral. There's a lot of people out there, and what might be very difficult for me might not be difficult for everybody. That's a powerful thing. I don't have to be everything. Let's see now. So there's our clouds. Here's our little splash zone. So this is an area in its own right. These are designed to be layers, and this is cloud layer. This is layer where, first of all, I need to get rid of some of these. I'll keep getting rid of them as I need. Maybe I want to go and grab the dropped bits of glass. Not that, I have the ability to infinitely produce more. You hear what I'm saying though? Like, I love the fact that some of the stuff that is super difficult for me is dead simple and easy and obvious. I love it especially when they're generous about their stuff and they're not like snippy about being super better than me, because I have had experiences, including like with programming coding family members, where it was real important for them to emphasize that they were that much better than me and that I was no good. That takes all the fun out of it. But that's not how things have to be. And at best, I get to interact with people who are brilliant at the stuff that they do, and they don't really have to think about it. And another thing about the human condition is that people will often take stuff like that for granted. Like if they are super good at something, they might not even think of it. And this is where people go, oh, well, what's the problem? It's very simple. You just, and then explain some incredibly arcane technical thing. But to them, it's very simple. Often the folks who are like, well, I don't know what the matter is with you. You must be stupid because it's just only this. Those are like that's more along the lines of your libertarian thing, where the value is people should all be super powerful. Everybody should be able to cover all of their own bases at all times. That I object to strenuously. Because one of the great things about humanity is being able to be in a context where everybody pitches in, the whole stone soup thing. And open source software tends to be very good at that. Tends to lend itself to that, but then not everybody understands or respects that part of it. Like, it isn't obvious to everybody that rather than, yeah, this is a good way of teaching everybody so that they can all be geniuses and be experts at thus and so on and so forth, and then everybody will be equally able to be geniuses. It's like, yeah, but what if somebody's really good at giving you a hug? And so the great thing that they are about is that they are exceptionally warm and nice. And then when you need that, maybe if you were a turbo nerd and are kind of cold and analytical, that is not what you're for. But the other people exist and are well supported. You know, I mean, this is my take on it, but I am reminded of a recent development on exactly this subject, which is Penn Jillette renouncing libertarianism. And I shouldn't laugh because there are people who I think are probably very upset by that, but I find it delightful that this is where he went. He did a thing where he's very publicly, the super uber libertarian dude, and cared about that very much. I wonder whether I should remove this water block thing and just have these little areas be like this. I think, yes, I should. So what happened in that situation, and I'm sure it is talked about very much in libertarian circles, because Penn was a true believer and a very good quality of, like, you could hardly do better than him as far as being a role model for your successful, gifted, brilliant libertarian in control of his own mind. And he would do like television shows, his television show bullshit, where he took delight in debunking people who talked nonsense and was a force for rationality in the world and put a great deal of effort into his espousal of the values he cared about and science and the lack of people tricking and fooling each other. And then the next thing you know, he gets an invite. And he's getting an invite to an anti-vaxxer conference saying, "Hi, we are libertarians who are holding this anti-vax conference, and naturally we would like you to be our keynote guy and the most honored and respected guy at the conference." And Penn took one look at this and says, "The fact that this happened is shameful. I need to be ashamed of this and never let it happen again." And he renounced being a libertarian because he saw that seemed to him, at least, to be part and parcel with the whole attitude and mindset. and that it failed in terms of when it came up to public health. And I am not saying it's a given that one must have X, and so I have a personal friend who I'm not sure what her behavior is on every aspect of it, but for whatever reason, and I think that she is one of my best friends, but she also will not take a vaccine of any kind, to my knowledge. I don't know whether there are exceptions. I haven't really pushed it. And her very best friend in all the world is a phlebotomist, or a retired phlebotomist. So it's not the only person in the world who would be like, hi, you're my best friend in the world, so I need to change your mind now. And that's not actually really what's happening in this case. So I don't mean to be like, if you have this set of beliefs, you are disqualified from being a person. Shame on you. You're bad. So much as Penn Jillette's personal take on that was, my attitude is governing how public health is to be pursued, and I find that unacceptable. On that subject also, anybody who's kind of interested in it, H. Bomber Guy's video on vaccines, I think, is phenomenal, because much like the guy that he's covering at great length, Brian Deere, H. Bomber Guy has made a video exposing how a lot of this stuff came to be in a way that I think is very important and good. Let's see. I have now made a big expanse of this. And I could continue this outwards to make it be a further slab floor here. And maybe I should. I'm just going to be deciding what I want to do as far as lights and things are concerned. So let's start by plunking some of these down, literally on the edge. One of the things I was talking about humility and people, not doing the libertarian thing, but people being unique and different and so on, is there's value in there being people out there who may take even a very normal, common thing or a desirable thing. For instance, I could say, hey, vaccination, unalloyed good, always good, never bad. And yet, still, if something went wrong with it, which is not to, clearly, in some of the historical instances, people have lied about there being things gone wrong with it. But there is a value in there existing people who question stuff. That's a valuable thing in its own right. And you can't have that without it being safe to disagree. It being safe to have contrary opinions, stuff like that. Let's see, I'm continuing to figure out what I want to do. How about taking some of these things out? And finding out how many of them need to be lights and how many of them need to be more floor. Because so far, we've got potentially more floor, and it'll be just fine this way. So my friend with the potentially terribly wrong, bad, shouldn't have that opinion, there could be great value in a society where there are people who are already there, could continue to be there, having these ideas that some people might be like, well, why would you ever think that? That seems totally wrong. And then popping out with them in a circumstance where they're like, I told you so, this particular thing has gone wrong. And it turns out they're correct. That particular thing had gone wrong. How will you know if there's a place for that unless it's permissible to have that stuff? And this is where the humility thing is interesting, where there's a value in there being this clash of ideas. And that's what I find interesting in modern politics, because we're going from a scenario, a place where it's not really been very accepted to have a clash of ideas. One of the problems with, like, dare I say, fascist ideology is that you are not allowed to have goofy ideas. Everybody's got to be the same. Everybody's got to be strong. Everybody's got to have all the power. And you got to have the strongest possible leader. And then that's all you need. And then you go from there. And it's a wild, complete fallacy. It's nonsense. But it's an easy trick to fall into if all you know is, oh, hey, this works for me. It's easy to fall back on, this works for me, that's all you need to know. There's nothing further to know. And look here. Cloud level. Picking up stray drops. Not that I really need them, though. And time to start putting in some lights. And figuring out where I will want them if I want lots more. Yeah, I mean, I don't think my anti-vax friend would ever want to speak at a medical convention. And bear in mind, like, understand, this is a wise, compassionate, nice person. So I don't know what's going on there. It's not really my job to know what's going on there. But this is not somebody that's going to pick a fight. This is not somebody that's going to try and address a medical convention or anything like that. And that's because people are able to have humility. This is somebody who does have humility. And so she kind of stays out of it. She's like, nope, this is my business. I'm just not happy with this. I don't trust it. I'm not pleased. And I'm not going there. Hard no from her. And you can't really, there's not much you can do about that. It's like, well, okay, your position has been heard from. And that's basically as far as that can go. And again, humility as it applies to people coexisting in a world where you can't be everything. And that underlying concept, the concept that you can't be everything. Because that's the trouble with the libertarian thing, is like, well, the assumption there is not only can you be everything, but you really should. That you're morally failing if you are letting other people do anything for you, much less depending upon them, it comes across as a moral failing. It comes across as you were wrong and morally bad because you're failing to control your own domain and be your own everything at all times. Just from my standpoint as a Chris from Airwindows, that's a huge error. And I can see it in the form of, just personally, I can't do that even if I wished. But I also think, even if I could, I probably shouldn't. It seems to me that it's much more powerful to indulge in the human capacity for cooperation. I don't think you're supposed to be there. Look at you. Better it should be this. Yeah, I mean, this friend is great. Like, there are times, and she's one of the recovery friends, there are times when she has been the mean girl, like, been judgmental and difficult to get along with, and actively works now to avoid being that. Because that's just, that's a more enlightened thing. And yeah, Green Slut, that is exactly what I'm talking about. It's tempting. It is a very tempting thing to be like, well, I really should be capable of all things and powerful in every way. It's fascinating to me. And that's why it's so interesting to me sometimes to be the limitations I've got, the ways in which, like, hi, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and hey, you can do this, but then at the same time, I'm the guy when a workman comes to my house, it screws me up for the whole week. The autism thing, and my great tendency to not be social in any sense. And it's just really interesting to me that the most delight that I get out of life in so many ways is when other people are able to help me and it's just kind of easy for them. I don't need people to help me, and then it has to be like incredibly difficult, otherwise it wouldn't count. I feel like I had a block floating around here that was trying to fall through the floor, but maybe I am mistaken. I think to some extent this is American training, although I'm not sure. I have so many, like, European, Scandinavian, everywhere. There it is again. What the actual heck? I want to pick up that floating thing. I don't know where it's living. Fine. It can take care of itself. But yeah, like I said, I take delight in when I run into somebody, because that's the thing, is it really does go both ways. It do be like that, and I experience it very easily whenever I'm doing my thing, and then I get people going like, oh, Sir Chris, oh goodness, oh, you were so heroic, and how can anybody be as brilliant as you? And this is, and I'm like, yeah, I just struggled for days because I let a guy in to fix my furnace. What are you talking about? And it's because some of the things that I'm able to do because of the way that I grew up and the way that my brain works, I'm reminded of, and this is another instance where I have a slightly younger brother who I can't really hang out with anymore. It's partly because he has had a tendency to have strong political opinions that don't go along with where I'm at. So some of the stuff that he might be co-signing at the moment, I'm just not comfortable being around. But he also is a brilliant programmer. And there have been times when he wanted to do activities with siblings because, much like me, he has always had great difficulty with that social behavior thing. So there's like no friends. There's nobody else in the world. And I know how challenging that can be. I've been in the same boat. But by virtue of that, he is very much along that libertarian line of you should be able to do absolutely everything, which unfortunately means he hates himself when he can't. And leans very heavily on whenever he just is the master of things. And so this is the guy that told me, you don't seem to think. Because I was trying to build a game and he wasn't able to keep up with he saw it as you're pitching ideas that are worthless because you're just free associating, and he's not able to do that, but didn't see a value in it. And this is very common among programmers. You go to the game programming subreddit and people will make great fun of you if you seem to be the, quote, idea guy. Because programmers get real mad when somebody comes and goes, dude, let's make a program together. I'll be the idea guy and think of the game, and then you program it for me and we'll split the money. Programmers do not like this. They get real mad. It's like devaluing them. But then at the same time, a bunch of programmers who will react poorly to that don't do anything. There's another subreddit that I sometimes hang out in called Game Design. And Game Design is all about that I'm the idea guy thing that doesn't get a lot of respect among some folks. And it is literally the condition under which you're able to make something. And this is what happened with me and the brother I mentioned, where being in that space of you don't seem to think, you're not doing this in a logical sense at all, you're not picking up on any of the stuff that I learned in 4 years of computer programming college. And I still don't. I'm still very, very limited as far as that stuff is concerned. And therefore, you're completely helpless and aren't willing to learn. And the things that you were talking about making happen cannot happen and are nothing. And so I quit. He quit on me. And I got grumpy and went off and coded the game, which is now Counterpart. You may or may not be familiar with it. It's a Unity game and is probably the first one that I made that was a game-like thing. And then I sprang it on him and astonished this guy because as near as he could tell, I wasn't able to do what I had just done, and having done it, he still couldn't see how that had happened. It was breaking a whole set of logical rules. We got a bunch of high winds outside. Maybe I want to take a look. Give me a second. I want to see what blew over. Probably a snow shovel. Oh yeah. I am fine with my snow shovel blowing over, although I clearly have to put another log on the fire. It's still a coldish day. It's not going to stay cold for very long, but it is a coldish day today, so I'm going to keep the stove going. We'll put the damper on. We'll go. Yeah, it's all very interesting, all this. And yeah, one of the neat things about programming is the ability to start implementing stuff, like make stuff happen. I don't know, I'm really all over the map today, but like I said, this week is a week where I'm experiencing some of my very Chris from Airwindows challenges. And that's just how that rolls. Like, my experience is going to be along those lines of dealing with stuff and seeing how it pans out. I'm seeing now whether I fall into these holes or not. I guess not. I guess if I'm firing straight at my feet, I'm fairly likely to extrude out a surface as I go. And that seems cool. Let's see how true that really is. Huh. Another test. This time over here. Do we have the extruded? Yup, seems to have worked. Check that out. And there I was thinking I was going to have to walk where there was a place to walk, and apparently not. Apparently we can magically extrude without even blinking or thinking about it. And that looks lovely. Note I'm still in the habit of doing that, but not anymore. Check this out. Out over the nothing. Okay, how can I fill that in? I'll tell you how, by literally just filling it in. And there's another one in exactly the same spot. Boop. And well, hey. So now, filling in sea lanterns instead. much earlier mentioned Bede's Sparrow, and I don't think I ever finished that thought, so it's probably a fine time for me to do now. Bede's Sparrow is a metaphor, don't mind me, just kind of thinking how best to do this. Oh, hang on. This is clearly a place for more of these. There we go. That's what we needed. Do I have more places that need this attention? No, looking pretty good. Yeah, that looks good. Once we're finished with this, it'll be a cool looking space with a reasonable amount of light everywhere. And more things can be built. But I'm pretty satisfied with how that's working. You know, I could put light on that edge up there. I'm just not sure whether that's worth doing. Plunk. Boop. Oh, I'll see you later, crappy blonde. Boop. Well, that didn't work. That did. That didn't. Nor are those useful to me, so let's not carry those around. I have a feeling that I can get into a jam doing this, so my next move, I think, is going to be grinding a whole bunch more of them. Drop in some random things that I don't want around. And then we're going to do sea lanterns the old-fashioned way with zombies. Where do you think you're going? Where'd the stack go? It fell down. Also, we got some blank spots in here. That need a little attention. Oh, interesting. Right now I can't get out. I'll be figuring that one out, I think. But for the time being, I guess I'm just going to have to do that bit again. So at least some of these guys I should have been able to pick up a stack, and in fact I did. And with enough stacks I can just trundle through doing this by hand, which is kind of chill and meditative. But yeah, I mentioned bead sparrow metaphor, and that is what I was thinking of when thinking of Airwindows. I didn't intend this when I first invented the idea or came up with the name, and yet I kind of dig it. The sparrow metaphor is initially meant to be, a early metaphor for persuading kings and stuff to be Christians. And the idea is, imagine a sparrow that flies in one window of a long hall. Or it's actually the doors, but I'm using windows. Because back in that day, you had like slit windows and stuff too anyway, so it's all the same. So the sparrow flies in, and all of life is the experiences of the sparrow as it flies through the liveliness and color and the cool smells and the things that are happening in a banquet hall. And then it flies out the far window and is back in the night and the cold. And the venerable Bede, who was trying to get people to be Christians, pitched this idea to like a king, saying, isn't this like how life is? And would you not like to be saved and become a Christian so that when you fly out the other window, there is something to go to other than just dark nothingness and no, an ending? And my take on that is perhaps slightly dark, but I don't really see it as such. Because, as we know, like religion became a thing about power. It did not become a thing about spirituality, because all human things end up becoming about power. But they also become about cooperation, and they also become about spirituality, but then they do become about power. And my take off of that is the sparrow metaphor of the Airwindows and what you do while you are alive and flying. You are the sparrow who is flying through the great hall with all of this stuff going on, is do the best you can with what you've got while you were there. Because everybody goes back out the other window eventually. You do end up going back out into the dark alone, because mortality. And I'm not necessarily super close to mortality. I'm older than a bunch of you folks. It's a thing. And I'm figuring probably what will end up happening there is people will end up being very shocked and distressed, hopefully not in an unpleasant way. Like, you don't want to be in such a situation where it's like, oh, didn't post for 6 months, what happens? And then nobody discovered me and I'm still there at the desk or with a guitar on or something, or jacking off, or who knows. There are a number of funny things that can happen that way. But where the original metaphor is all about, shouldn't you convert to Christianity, then you can behave as if there is so much more to it than just that. I feel like that's a lot the ability to fly through the hall and experience all of this and be part of it. You know, you're flying through the hall like crapping in the plum puddings, or, you know, losing a feather that somebody makes into a brooch, or who knows what. There's a lot that goes on, and that's kind of amazing. It's amazing what people can get up to. It's amazing what cooperation can do. The kindnesses that you can see or do. There's so much out there to be done, to be experienced. It can be a beautiful thing. And so, even if the way that works, I wonder if I can clean up some of these lighting glitches. Looks like maybe I can. You know, life is a very interesting thing. There's a lot to it. And the capacity to be part of this very much greater thing, because like I mentioned earlier, I'm doing this recovery thing. It's a spiritual practice, not a religious. And some of that is familiar to anybody who is up to speed with, you know, modern media and stuff. You pretty much know what I'm talking about with that. But the fact is, in that context, we talk about powers greater than ourselves. We talk about this kind of stuff. Let me let myself through so that I can resume in here and do some more building. This is my magical cloud room. It is the fog room. So maybe I'm going to want to do something interesting here, given that this is the one slot in which you are within clouds watching them go around. I lied. There's two slots. This is the one where the clouds are at your head, and you can jump and peek into them, which maybe suggests that this should be a two-level affair. But this is a more normal cloud room. I feel like I could continue this design. Maybe not quite this way, but let's take these back out because we're going to do a different concept. When you have infinite numbers of any given thing, the interesting question becomes, what do you do with your infinite numbers of any given thing? I have infinite numbers of lights. I could take this flat section and have the edges turn into lights. Either like that, each flat space comes a light, sometimes without even any glass underneath it. The light takes the place of one of the glass blocks. We could have it be following that design. And then we've got sort of the overhang lights there. And I see a sort of whole range of additional. Yeah, there's lots of glass block everywhere. So it does seem to hold that I have a peek through the bottom edge right at this point, and that might persist. Oh, that darkness. It looks like voxel upon voxel. Check this out. We have the appearance of voxel. You see the squares, and those squares are just glass block in darkness. So most of these are straight diagonals. All of these have an exposed bottom face. So I'm pretty happy with this design, even though I do have a doubly up area, or triply up, indeed. Well, we'll see what that looks like. We all doing what we can. So now if I go down through here, that's lots of concentric circles, even to the point where maybe it might be just fine to put a layer of light there. That could work. Yeah, Queen Slut, I must agree that I think real power works best through group efforts, like building a statue versus hoarding money. And the funniest thing about that is that has been exemplified quite often in, like, the country I'm in has been quite good at that at times. There's a degree to which that has sometimes happened, not always, and there's this strong countervailing force. It is always tempting for Americans to try to compete rather than cooperate. They're very drawn to trying to fight each other. And I think that a real black mark, it's very easy for an in-group to be really cooperative with itself if it sees a out-group to be mean to. I'm thinking of like white Americans during the time of slavery, where we can be incredibly nice to each other because we have a immediately available other group that can be treated just like garbage. And so you wind up with the in-group having that contrast and running with it to be extremely cooperative and extremely generous, but only to themselves. And that's where it breaks down. And that's why it's very interesting to have circumstances where people are trying to exemplify cooperation and bring in outgroups. That's where things get important. I wonder if I can put ceiling lights at the point of these. That, oh no, it'll stick up out of the floor if I do that. Let's not worry about that right now. There's another lovely area. I think I'd like to throw another log on my fire. I'm feeling the slight chill of the air right at the moment, because today is not as warm as the previous days or the days to come. This is an unusually cold day up here in Vermont. As such, my back is a little crotchety. Honestly, I'm not that old, but sometimes I'm feeling it, so my back is a little crotchety today. Not that bad. It's a little cranky. Foucault, fair enough. I shall bear that in mind, is what I say when I'm not going to immediately do the thing. I wonder if I can put, or if it makes any sense, can you put lights on, you put letters, do I have letters? I have all of the things. So logically, if I was to boop, boop. Oh gosh, what on earth was that about? See if I can do it again. Okay. Experiments need to be made. Maybe experiments where I've put a layer of water down there. That might be a thing. I just discovered when I'm hanging on to a ladder and I push space, I start going down real quick. To painful effect sometimes. Yikes. Okay, let's not do that. And I have not actually seen the White House urging devs to move away from C and C++. I can think of reasons why that would be something they would suggest, but I have not seen that. I'm going to fuss with this a little. And then I will go up and continue the thing that I had begun to do. That would follow. So what I would then wonder is, are they going to advocate something like Swift? Because that's Apple specifically. So that's a question. If they don't want C or C++, then what do they consider to be the correct answer? Actually, if you're bringing that to my attention, then please tell me what the answer is, because you would know. because you would be up to speed with that. Surely they are advocating for something. Oops. I swear to God I said oops before placing that wrong block. Wow, that's weird. Okay. Can we, in fact, place letters across these? Dun dun. No. Can we climb past this? No. Alrighty then. That's not going to work. Never mind. It was a cool idea while it lasted. Got several of those to restore. C#, Go, Java, Ruby, Swift. Fair? Yeah, well, I mean, Swift's Apple, C# is Microsoft, if I'm not mistaken. I could be mistaken, but I don't think I am. Alright, and here's how we fix this. And that's the only one. Alrighty. Oh, I see something that would work super for this. Oh God. What on earth is going on here? You just hit the space bar, you drop off the ladder, and then you can only go farther and faster down. Yikes. Well, here's hoping I don't do that anytime soon. That was most startling. In fact, that's so startling that I think I'd like to make something to make it be a little bit less dangerous. Do I have my buckets on me? No, I don't think I do. Would I like this to be an even larger splash place? Yes, I would. I do indeed think I would like that to be a larger splash place. At some point I'll start moving this stuff up. Clearly not right at the moment though. Man, hit the spacebar once and it decrees that you have let go and you are going down. Down you're going. I've actually got water in these buckets already. But not for long. Oops. And that's all we needed. Computer Craft, a Minecraft mod where you program a robot to cut down trees in Lua. Oh, fair enough, fair enough. Okay, that's needed now. We need this. Boy, do we ever. I didn't think it was going to become as big of a deal, but boy, that's a big deal. You know what else might be nice? Going and making one of my cups of Java. Make one of my cups of espresso. What also might be nice is making this interior sphere some other thing that isn't glass. Like exactly duplicating it with, for instance, I don't know, iron, diamond. Okay, so if we go into here, and then we're on the stairs, and then we hit the space bar, I was impaled below the... Wow. Okay, glad I did that. Glad I did that now. That's a very intense way of falling. And then holding shift. How high up do you have to go? And then you have to hold down spacebar to jump to get on. And if I get to this high, oh, interesting. So not while you are, oh, I stand corrected. How did I get embedded in this? This stuff is weird. That said, that's fine. It may be weird, but it is fine. So what's good for this bottom area? Oh, and I remember one of the things I was looking to do, now that I have the safety for falling to my doom, I swear it's acting like you hold shift and you can do whatever you want. Just touch space. Ow. And there's just all of the ways of hurt. This might need some attention. I might need to do something to sort that out. But up we go to the other sphere. And I can produce light in a rather special way. Along the sides. And that seems like that will be nice. Oh, without actually breaking that block. And that gives me a nice light area. which is actually producing illumination there as well, so that's cool. I'm basically happy with where the lights are sitting there, although these ones mean nothing at this point. Maybe this can be like a giant generation ship and we can have large-scale things like farms in here. It kind of stops you being able to see out the bottom, but if the farms are big enough and go up high enough, you can definitely end up to where you get the chance to have a view out at the surrounding area. Let's quickly go over to the rocket snowball and get ourselves over to some other surrounding areas. Could even have a sort of walkway. And then this was going to be window, except for I'm having a little difficulty getting there. In fact, if I fill this in with glass block, because it's so big, we can have a large window rather than just that size of a window. And it looks out over stuff in a pleasing way and is at about this level. So it would come down to about that level, which is fairly close to the floor level here, so there could be a walkway going out from there. And yeah, I'm basically happy with that concept. And then rather than looking down at this stuff here, we'd be looking down at sort of generation ship internal, and I could make giant buttresses, for instance, to hold the inner stuff. Or who knows what. I'd make something. It would be making of something time. Building big old builds for stuff. And then we'd fill this area in, not with wood slabs or the lights, but literal dirt, and then we'd have to light it, which is doable. I have a fairly positive. I'm going to have to grab some grass so that it would be grass. But yeah. I feel like this is going in a direction. Let's grab that and then start placing dirt. And going from there. I'm going to use that Silk Touch pick to grab at least one grass block. And we'll start with that. But until I do that, we're not actually having anything spawn. Because until I do that, all this area is unspawnable surface. Hey, Yardley. And rather than go asleep right now, I'm going, it's exactly 12, so I'm going to make my first little espresso cup. And I'll be right back. Apologies for a lack of music, but I can put on Taming This Oxen for you. Or not. So that's just weird. I'm back. And it is either dawn. Yeah, signs point to dawn. Yeah. So I feel like my coffee came out a bit weird, but that's fine. Let's proceed to lay down some dirt. And then continue that with more of the dirt. I could have this be a giant pool with dirt going up the edges. That'd be weird. I wouldn't be all that. I'm not sure if George Massenburg really invented the parametric EQ. Seems to me like that goes way back. So if I was to place dirt on all of this, I'd need more, and I'm going to make more, but first I'd also need grass blocks. So what have we got dirt-wise? We've got this much. We don't have any here, although we have another rack. Another rack may not be what I have in mind for this. And I have a practical way for getting grass block by using the silk touch pick. Not sure what you just said, but I missed it. Your retracting of it was successful. There we go. Upwards into the generation chip, which is constructed of a thick layer of duralumin glass, or whatever we're going to call it, space glass, and may not want or need that there, but it's a pretty big drop, so maybe we will. And then time to run around clearing all of the wood blocks. To replace them with dirt block. There's honestly not all that much. Very bottom level looks more like it looks like more than it is. Oh, I should make rivers. I should totally make rivers. It would make the outside look more interesting, and it'll irrigate the water. I mean, it'll irrigate the dirt blocks and make them better to grow stuff on. Like that. Like that idea. I think this will end up with a cool vibe once I'm done with it. Although it's going to also need to end up with a whole bunch of lights. And we're going to immediately need to do a bunch of duplicating. And we're rather low on space, so let's stack up some of the buckets and get going with the duplicating we're going to need. One full stack. And that's my inventory nearly full. So I'll go from there. I kind of enjoy the idea of having it be dirt block and then having the grass sort of grow in, but I've just duplicated a gajillion grass blocks, so we're kind of immediately going the final result. Because yeah, it's supposed to grow through to become completely grass, but we're starting with completely grass, so what the hey. The higher areas will end up looking more like what they're meant to. Oh, I could bring some of my stuff up here now. I can place beds and chests and things on top of all of this quite nicely. Plant some trees. Huh, look at that. Over to our last stack for now. That was more dramatic than it really needed to be. I made too many. But that got me what I needed, so there's that. Didn't need it to be quite as dramatic as all that. I should place a torch or something. No? Or something is available. Here's an or something. Can also make a lamppost out of that. That might be fun. Wild how the lighting is glitching in that way. So always something kind of satisfying of running around block placing in this way. Down we go. Because this is a fine time to start moving some stuff. New recipes unlocked sound. There just to mess with me. It went thwoof. And I went, ah. And now we start to move stuff up to here where there may already be mobs. Or maybe not. We shall see whether there are already mobs or not. Quite promptly, too. That's going to be no, there are not already mobs. As such, could have a quick nap. So now the question becomes, do we start getting mobs simply because there's shadow even though there's light way above? I don't know, maybe. We can plunk down a little fireplace and a crafting table. Rush down to here and start picking up chests. Do I have further chests? Surely I had a giant stack of chests at some point. Where would they have gone? There it is. There's a giant stack of chests. So next thing becomes, where do we actually put giant stacks of chests so that we can go and populate them with all the things we had down there? Then clear that out and move to the space station forthwith. Because it's not going to be here. This is the generation ships. Ow. This mechanic, I tell you. I just don't get it. Gotta stop me from hitting the wrong thing. Also, okay, we can in fact duplicate. So one thing I can do, even now, is make silly numbers of chests. So we'll do that by the geometric means. Stop evading. Boop. And do I really need more than a stack of chests? Nobody needs this many chests. 2 stacks is going to be more than enough. And then these can be storage areas of some type. In particular, they can open super good. So each level gets its own banks of storage stuff. I can label them. Oh, no, wait, I can't do the sides like that, can I? Because I wanted to put lights there. Although I could put a light in a chest, I think the chest can open into lights, can't they? Or can they? But at any rate, I do know that behind this seems like a very suitable place for large quantities of storage. And we'll do that right until we run out of further layers. Or perhaps even beyond. Massive stack, shall we? Giant stacko chests. Well, if we don't like it, we can always take them back down. Those do all work, we just can't necessarily reach them all. Oh, no, we can reach them all. So there we go. So that area is made out of giant stacko chests. We could put the vertical ones there too. Down. That was quick. That was very, very quick. Should make an item elevator to bring stuff up. And remembering, of course, we're also going to be putting another portal in there, or another portal in somewhere. We could put it in the center so that it sounds like a spacecraft. For now, our base storage area is going to live here. So top for cool things. Not that chests are that cool, but less building blocky things. Anything that's not too building blockish. Bottom for building blocky things. down. Man. The power dive really is not to be denied here. Power dive is intense. Man, there's so much in that chest I can't carry all of. How can I carry all of this chest? It should still fit into 2 chests, so I should still be able to make it go back where it belongs. Maybe I should make boat elevators for zooping up real quick. Maybe I should make another cup of espresso and get all excited about pitching ideas and making stuff. There's some more nether blocks. There's some things. There's those iron blocks I was talking about. So let's be careful to not create a zombie right at this instant, because I've got my original loadout. Dive! One thing about it, I'm getting there quickly. I am going to come and pick up all of these torches. It won't matter whether this is a natural cave anymore. Huh. Okay. There's a dirt block. And still got to go down here for the last bits, but that's fine. Hopefully it'll all consolidate together nicely. And once I'm finished doing that, the idea of making the base layer of grass and fields and things, that suits me. So these things are not like the others. And then these are the things that are, well, glowstone's unusual enough. Oh, and I see I have ladders. Lights and glowstones. I am going to rearrange some of this stuff, but not at this instant. Instead, quick nap. My stuff should have not despawned. Dive, dive. And there's the remaining stuff. And here's our little cave area that we initially used. Having finally placed all the blocks, I'll be ready to go and start terraforming. much less in the collection. So those being blocks. So that's cool for what it is. Shouldn't need that diamond sword there. Next, terraforming time, which will also mean grabbing that zombie stuff so that I can generate more stacks if I need them, which I may. You can see why I might want to expand that outwards into some sort of big pool, because heading down into that area, clearly it will work pretty well. You know what also worked pretty well? Six stacks of grass block. Achieved in a somewhat cumbersome way, but we got there. And we're going to very quickly start needing something for lighting. Maybe I can make a weird scaffolding with lights on it. That could be neat. This looks suspiciously dark. I think I'm going to start getting mobs real quick. Real quick. We'll see how quick. Nothing to it but to do it. See what happens. We might have lights way up there, but we have a lot of shadow. And the lights appear to have visual limitations. So I'm kind of watching my back here. I'm going to go around and see what gets spawned when I'm looking away from it. Just because I'm going to want to know what the answer is to that answer, that question. What spawns behind me as I go? I'm willing to bet I'm going to get something spawning. Be pretty weird if I didn't. I'm hoping for a not creeper. I do not wish creepers to be blown up. Look at the little trees in the air. I am not looking for creepers to be blowing up this glass that has been so carefully placed by an algorithm that I do not wish to duplicate. Shouldn't I have a bunch of torches? Didn't I just produce a bunch of torches? What's up with you? Oh, that gave me a dirt block, which I don't actually need. Fine. Big deal. It will become grass soon enough. It will touch grass. I don't see anything spawning. I kind of thought that was what was going to start happening real quick. What with how dark all this looks. And yet... Like, see how dark all this looks? This looks really dark. I placed stacks upon stacks of dirt and nothing's spawning yet. I'm gonna have to go out even further. Like, those lights cannot possibly be enough all by themselves. So we're going to go and do a little bit of a basic starter concept, and or see whether I can start off with like literal torches. I have very few literal torches. Maybe not as happy with that one. So what's it going to be? I'm going to say we're going to make fence gates and things. So we'll make fence gates out of this. I am tempted to use glowstone just because it'll look a little bit more dirt-like, but we've also got a whole bunch of sea lanterns already made. And that's probably better. How we doing? Fence gate? No, actually not those. What do I got to do to get fence post? And quickly, before the stupid monsters show up and attack me. There we go, there's some. And there's a bunch more. Cool. Time for a quick nap and see whether anything spawns while I do that. Signs point to no. let's find the corners and use those. Four blocks. Watch how these are the ones that spawn mobs. Four blocks. Three blocks for some reason. Good enough. You can have one there, and you can have one there. And what's this look like now? Four there, so one there. It is so dark without the light, I tell you. Come on, you can do it. Got there. And breaking one block. Oh. We're going to have to ring everything around with this. I feel like maybe we are. I feel like maybe we are, but maybe more over here. We'll see how well that works. Needs a bigger ring of lights. So logically, if our lights were here, but we're looking to have them exactly on the sides, there's one. Let's push. Here's another. Here's another. And one more. And clearly this is slightly less. Oh. Here's another. Nope. Don't think so. Funny how we're doing all of this stuff. We're trying to light it so hard, and yet it is still, it feels dim because it's shadowed, which maybe is going to be suitable for the whole concept of this is our imaginary spaceship. It's like, yeah, no, this is a spaceship. We're maybe far away from the sun here. Speaking of far away from the sun, 4 more stacks of grass block. Should do nicely. I can put in lights underneath by like digging through the grass block to the glass below and then putting a light in there. And then the underside of this whole ship will have navigation lights and things. I'll have to see what it looks like from underneath once enough of this is in there. You know, and the funniest part of all of this is still Snowball Madness. This is still kind of my concept of, you know, the whole art is not eternal. It is somewhat fugitive. So somebody could come in here and like ruin my entire day quite quickly playing this game. And I don't really have any defenses against it, because part of this is not so much producing this thing in order to have it. Usually in Minecraft, once you're finished building things, they're not interesting anymore. It's all about that process of building the thing and being like, oh, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this. And then you go and you do that. And you finish it up and you go, huh, okay, I did that. Do I hear something? No. I thought I heard a monster, but I did not. Or at least if I'm hearing it, it's down there somewhere. And that's possible. Yeah, like in some ways, it's funny how all this works. In some ways, I wish I was placing this with dirt block. I went and I duplicated a whole bunch of grass block because I was like, well, I need to have some of it there. But then I'm going through and doing it all as grass block. And there would be an aesthetic pleasingness to doing it like, okay, I'm doing it entirely with dirt block, and then I'm going to go and place one grass block, and eventually it will all grow in. I'm kind of skipping that. I'm kind of cheesing it by starting with grass block the whole time. There's plenty of other stuff I can do to decorate. For instance, I can get some leaves off of trees and put a bunch of bushes and shrubs in. And that'll be very pleasing in its own right. It doesn't have to be a realistic outdoors. It's like an imaginary one. In fact, the edge, once I get to where it matters that there's an edge, I can have the edge be literally made up of shrubbery. That could be real cool. Because that'll also be partially transparent. And look, I've almost used up all of my blocks. And there's the dirt block I wanted. Ha, there we go. And it is nighttime. I risk being eaten by a grue. Also, I might just want to make some of these quite a bit taller. And I might want to have more of them in close. But what would be nice if I was to do that? First of all, a little grinding of fence gates. $16. 32. Full stack. Three tall. It's all very slightly irregular. There, that'll give me the stacks of dirt I was talking about. Let's go through and redo all of these, and then in the process, switch over to generating with dirt. Then I will be satisfied with the aesthetics of creating this the way I was thinking of. And well, hey, we're getting background music too. We're going to go through and fix all of this stuff, and in the process start generating grass block, or rather dirt block. and be doing the thing old school. I am going to need this. Lovely. Oh, accompanied by my nice little music, my nice little Minecraft music that I don't always get to experience. And I tell you what, I'm going to raise these other ones up too. Or maybe I will, maybe I will not. I'm not sure. I haven't decided. I just know I want these guys to be this tall. And then what happens if we don't have these here? Seems legit. It's kind of a lot of lampposts, but whatever. That's probably fine. And this may not actually be final. I could see doing a big old tracery of fence or something, and then having it be an overhead bracket of lights. Although it would fill up a kind of a lot of space. I kind of like the lampposts in their own way. Now let's go and start placing a bunch of random grass blocks in advance of switching entirely over to a dirt-based mode of production, because then we will have that satisfaction of placing all of this stuff, doing it all with dirt block all the way through, and then it will grow in. Although I'm sure going to need to continue to place more lampposts. Boy, that is a thing. Boy. We will have the satisfaction of growing stuff up from largely dirt block. Seems legit to me. And it'll go quite a ways up too. We're going to go up higher than this. Watch how mobs start spawning on these, because I have miscalculated and shouldn't probably have done that. Not impossible. That could happen. We shall see how plausible it is. We start going like boing, suddenly a mob spawns on there and leaps out onto the glass to attack. I'm being wary of stray sounds. But I have got myself my blocks. And so far I don't see anything spawning on those. If it did, I'm pretty sure I would not end up with a much of a warning. Let's have a bit of a gander and see how far back it requires for another space. So between these guys, go up to there. On the opposite side. Between these guys. Up to there. I think I may be hearing something like a chicken right down at the base there. So between these guys, something like there. It's a simple mistake. Gotcha. Not worried about the close-in ones, but these ones I'm kind of spacing it out. One and kind of just trying to figure out what feels good. And that doesn't feel good. I'm going to say again, that doesn't feel good. Can we not? Also, how did I manage to, did I break it with the shovel? Oi. Idiot. That's better. So between these guys, up 1, up 2. So I'm guessing it's going to be more like literally on this one. Well, that'll make it easier. There we go. And between these guys, I'm thinking there. That works. I made it'll work. Another possibility is I could simply embed the lights in the ground. Pretty sure that would work too. Not going to rule it out. If I dislike all of these lollipops sticking up out of the ground. Okay, between these guys, looking like it's going to be closer to here. Got there. I'm warming to the idea. Well, the thing is, if I embed them in the ground, they will show through underneath too. Yeah, I'm pleased with that because I'm looking for basically an alien look. I'm also looking for mobs to not spawn in the middle of all of this, so closer up they get, the higher up they get over here. And I'm trying to figure out how many of these have I actually placed. There's one, there's another. Might have covered it. Just going back and forth a little bit. Yeah. Looks like we got there. I'm keeping an eye on my stove. I do believe I'm going to be able to stay warm if I try. Let's let that stuff despawn. Now here's where we start getting into that satisfying aspect of what it's like building the thing when part of it is done like this, and I gotta wait for the grass blocks to grow in, especially if I start placing grass blocks super quick. there will be that element of looking back and seeing it start to become what I wanted. And I'm just happier with that than I am placing it all as grass block. Like, see, there's one. There's another. Ideally, there's so much of it to do that it actually isn't instantly done. Like, I could absolutely place it from the outside in, at which point it really kind of wouldn't be generating grass block much at all. And then it would be a matter of waiting for it to come in. But I don't know, I mean, kind of going around doing it this way has its own gratification. As always, hoping creepers don't come in and spoil my day. And as always, I have to keep generating new stacks very rapidly. Turns out you can place a lot one at a time like this. And here we are, back to making some more stacks. Or not, in case he didn't drop anything. Let's see if we can kill them all. Maybe not. Wow. Well, one thing about it, I got enough dirt. Living a little dangerously. Oh, even more dangerously than that. You know, I could build this with like obelisks. I could just have stacks of lights. That'd be kind of freaky and cool. Oh, and here we are with random boots. But that should hold me for a while. Not even sure how much of a while. The closer this starts to look like overworld, the more I gotta keep an eye out for getting jumped by random mobs or whatever. Whereas in the glass and half slab spaceship, I'm guaranteed nothing like that's gonna happen. And the interior section could always remain that way. This can be permanently no mob spawn by design. But this area over here, where you can grow food and stuff, and hang out pretending that you're on Earth, for the time being, it is a mob-capable area. And as such, I'm keeping a bit of an eye out on it. And sure enough, here we are in this level, and we began to see the grass creeping up the edge. But we got a lot more to do. In fact, we just missed that bit. And we missed a spot back here. Gotta hand it to a game like Minecraft for this sort of derping around. I mean, you'll notice it's always a little bit different, especially under the circumstances of don't know whether a monster is going to jump out at me. I'm constantly seeing slightly different visions of game space, constantly doing slightly different maneuverings in order to get this stuff to place properly. The general principles are very much the same, and the end result will be pretty fluid and continuous looking, but the process of going through and making it all happen is kind of gratifyingly distinct. Another spot. Again, it's always just a little bit different each way. I've always liked this kind of sci-fi stuff. The exploring space and these sort of Trekkie ideas. Trek in particular is pretty awesome for sci-fi. The imaginativeness of going like, we're going to tell sociological sci-fi stories now. We're going to tell stories of what it is like if we're not all just trying to fight and eat each other. What happens when you have replicators? What happens when you have transporters? How does that change the human condition? And these are really interesting questions, all the more as we enter into a space of figuring out what we're going to do with what we laughably call AI, but which still kind of weirdly is. I noticed not long ago I was in a situation where I was on Hacker News and people were talking about AI-related stuff. And somebody brought up how they had been experimenting with ways of boosting the effectiveness. Does this mean that I need this space here? Signs point to maybe I do. I'll get to it. People were exploring with ways of getting better results. And they were experimenting with the concepts of bribery and threats. And the wild thing is that doing like GPT stuff or whatever, like quote-unquote AI, bribery and threats work. But that is overstating it somewhat. Bribery and threats kinda work. What that means is a thing like ChatGPT responds. It responds to bribery and threats. You can tell it that you'll give it $1 million. You can tell it that you're going to kill its mom. You can tell it all manner of things. And stuff happens. It will react differently based on what you have threatened it with. That's not the same as that thing worked. What's happening if you are like threatening ChatGPT with bribery and threats, right? And don't mind me, I'm just thinking about this a little bit right now. So if I go out from here, that is a spot where something could stand. I think I put it 2 up, yep. Or did I not? No, I think I just went 1 up. That little noise was just my trusty wood stove doing a thing. Lovely. How far over did I make this? As far as I could, but not much farther. Got there. I think maybe I have extra space between these, and that's going to end up catching me up with me. Nope. There we go. That should make that easier. I wonder how many of these things are going to spawn in here now. Oh, we already need to generate some more mobs. I think mobs won't spawn on a leaf block, so I can rim this all with leaf block, and that will pretty effectively deal with matters. That seems good. It'll make it look a little bit like there's the edge of a forest there. Oh god, they're scattering. This is going to become more challenging. There is a solution for everything. And we still got a couple of guys way over here who are not my uber-powered ones. Okay, that was a bunch of silly fun. I should be able to find blocks everywhere these XP orbs are placed. And I should be able to... All of this is very dark. I'm having a lot of trouble getting enough light on this subject. Well, that's what you get, I guess, with Speece. And I do have plenty of stuff back. Let's see. I don't have my food handy, so... The more I space these out, I think the better it's kind of working. These ones are supposed to be a bit lower down, so let's readjust. You belong here. I'm running out of these. We could definitely build some of these things out of shrubbery. A little more wood stove, I think. Still winter. It's not quite spring yet. When it does come spring, I'm going to be doing a little more in the way of music making. Especially as I start developing my plugin concepts a little better. I'm very interested in the prospects of expanding outwards on what I'm doing. Huh. How many of these are off by one? So this is good, but this needs to be over. That's the level we're supposed to be at, so birch fence goes here because I'm going to want to spawn some more of them. And that guy goes there. And beyond that, I guess we're going to continue to go around. Oh, also need to top up on my foods a little bit. And that'll hold me for a bit. $16. $32. And cheated out of a 64. Jerk. There we go. So here's the level upon which we're placing these, and they're going evenly spaced between these, so up one from there, and there's my new location. Got there. And it looks like this is working out. I'm very curious as to how well this spacing is working, or whether I need to fiddle with it. But it's honestly pretty dense. It's pretty dense spacing. And that's probably what I'm going to want. And one from here. Very nice. And then I think I only need to do this one. And I'll have that covered. And that's going to be literally on this guy here, I think. And then we can maybe go up 3 from there. Well, first things first. Let's continue filling in these blocks. We've got lots of blocks and lots of places to fill. We got a little background music. We got all of the things. Maybe before it is 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we can even have a final espresso for the day. And then for the afternoon/evening rush, I can be chattering away like a mad thing while it is playing music for us. Off we go. And if monsters come and attack me, I'm doomed. So we'll find out. I'm thinking next week I can get back into the plugin coding, and there's a number of things I can experiment with. I feel like the thing I was talking about of taking capacitor 2 and using that concept, seeing what I can get out of adapting that concept to pair filter and simply a biquad. I want to see what happens. I want to see what happens if I do those things. Because there's a number of potential console versions that I'm working on that could benefit from having a more organic sounding EQ crossover. We shall see. Alrighty. I'm back. It's going to be nice once I finally get into the actual music making. Hey, Igor. And world becomes nothing but a bunch of metaforest. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, because immersiveness and escapism aspects, there's all different kinds of... Like, just because things suit some people doesn't mean they're going to suit everybody. Nothing wrong with being a little technological. You can run around doing some quite interesting things rather than everything must be like the primeval forest. That said, I'm actually making some lampposts here out of... what's going on with... Okay, I guess that's like that. Unless I go and fix it later. We'll see. If that's the only one that's like that, it's going to be changed. I'm definitely making some of these lampposts out of foliage up around the top. But that says maybe. Nothing, no reason I can't. But yeah, there's something to be said for the... Oh, sure enough, we've got more of them like that. Interesting. Something to be said for the steel girders. Excessively intense future. In particular, the music styles that I like are very suited to that kind of dark futuristic thing going on. Real Detroit stuff. Real intense. And I enjoy that a great deal, so I would never downplay it too hard. You can't spend your whole life with acoustic guitars. Oh, you can, but what good is it going to do? It's real interesting for me being, who and what I am and what I do with my life, and trying to figure out to what extent would new music involve just leaning into new instrumentation. It's really an interesting question, because the reason people want sampling stuff from me is because there's formative music that was a huge deal to them that came out of the birth of sampling, and that's largely a socioeconomic condition. Sampling exists because people couldn't get instruments. You couldn't really... I mean, you could, but it was less common for people to be like, the thing I need to do is get a guitar and some good amps, and then we're going to rock out or funk out or whatever it is that people chose to do. That hasn't always been the most convenient thing that you could rely upon. Sometimes that's not practical. In particular, depending upon where you live, maybe you have no place that you could play a loud guitar. Maybe you have no place you could set up drums. There's a lot of people who are not in a position to match what I've been able to do through basically patience, determination, and time to have a place to live that is even a decrepit, falling apart, and they want $20,000 to give me a better oil furnace house. That's not the norm for people anymore. And that's something of which I'm very aware. So I get anxious about the prospect of my concept of music and creativity going in directions that doesn't reflect people's experience anymore. Like, I'm not particularly happy with the idea of the stuff that I care about and want, other people should just want, but they can't have. I don't like that. I do not like that. So it becomes a matter of, well, if people can't have this, then what will they have and what will they want? And that's where things like, synthesis is very interesting. You could be into building analog synths and running with those, or you could be into stuff like VCV Rack or whatever, and producing things that are largely living inside the computer, at which point it becomes all the more important to be able to replicate what kind of sound you want to get out of it, even if you're shooting for, krautrock synthesis, old Moogs in cathedrals. Well, I have a cathedral. I continue to try to make simulations of real-world experiences so people can have them, whether or not it's convenient or practical. And I consider that to be a darn good purpose in life, to facilitate stuff like that. But I don't want to assume that people will want, your old school, Marshall amp or whatever, just because that's the stuff that I grew up being able to relate to, doesn't mean anything. And yet sometimes I can identify that there's stuff around these things that has a functional purpose beyond just nostalgia. Like real-world musical experiences. This is why I'm developing the discontinuity plugin and the various other variations on it. Is your human experience listening to a sound can't be reinvented just because people are like, hey, hyperpop is cool. Let's do really artificial sounding stuff. It's like, well, no, that's all you can do. All you can do is make hyperpop because that's all your technology facilitates. And if you could do something else, then wouldn't that be interesting? Maybe that would be something to hold your attention, to connect with you as a human being. Our evolution doesn't suddenly account for this kind of stuff just because that's what people are able to make as music anymore. Our ears still function, although they retrained themselves quite a bit. But our ears still function as like animals operating on the basis of hearing sounds nearby, far away, who knows. And that's a significant, that's a whole deal right there. Okay, are we ready to grind a bunch more stacks of blocks? We are. And I like the way you guys are scattering. And one of your tough guys too. That's unhelpful. That one had a frickin' sword. then we got one from over there. Hardcore. Yeah, spawning 4 of these guys at once, maybe not optimal. Maybe that's not great. I could go back to base and generate it in another way. How about 3 at once? What am I going to do to make you guys line up? How about I go from here? It's more like it. And that should hold me for a little while. Meanwhile, I've got a certain amount of just garbage here, so let's get rid of some of the garbage here. I'll eat that carrot when I get hungry. Somewhat vegetarian diet for the Minecrafts. Oh, haven't finished this part yet. Gonna keep going. We're still doing that satisfying... my clicking finger is getting a little bit tired, which is my fault for playing this game. What was I expecting? I still have not yet looked underneath to see what this starts to look like from under. Of course, now there's no reason for me to go under because everything has been brought up into the generation ship. Where we begin to fill in more of these areas as we go. You know, one thing I'm looking forward to, and I don't know how long it's going to take me, I've managed to blow out one of the speakers in my Subaru through drum and bass. It's basically about the truth, is I would be listening to drum and bass that I got off of YouTube and putting it on in the car and turning it up real loud. And the next thing you know, I'm trying to listen to the classic rock I've always enjoyed, like some Yes or whatever. I have that in records, and I have also made like FLACs and things of it, and some of it I've bought as special fancy versions of the music. You get those Stephen Wilson remixes, and they let you have the original flat transfer if you're lucky. Anytime I do that, I'm always like searching it very carefully, being like, you are going to let me have the original one, yes? That's what I want. I do not care what Stephen Wilson feels is necessary. He just likes making everything bright. That's not what I'm about in listening to this particular music. And I end up with a bunch of stuff that I've always absolutely loved, but then I'm putting it on, and the next thing you know, I'm like, oh, that speaker is literally blown from all the drum and bass that I was listening to. And I know why, because the Yes song I'm listening to has the guitar slamming from hard left to hard right in the middle of doing a solo, because it was the very early 70s and people had not learned how lame that was yet. And it's going between sounding cool and being completely missing. Or specifically, my rear speakers, the ones in the back seat, I had reinforced the drivers so that they would handle heavy bass better and fill it in. And I wasn't concerned with my backseat speakers being clear so much as I just wanted more cone area for bass. And so what I'd hear would be a bright, clear sound, alternating with pretty much totally quiet, but then also at the same time a really dark, muted sound from behind me. And all in all, the whole thing was just like, So I have specific plans for throwing some new speakers in my car. So anywhere I go, I can remind myself of, the goodness of music. One good thing about car stereos is they are powered off of a battery that can turn over a car. You have a lot of energy available from that stuff. Your typical car stereo, the ability that it has to pull in power supply voltage, huge, for obvious reasons. The connection to that battery is very useful. And the other useful thing about it is that since it's a sealed box, since your car is a sealed up space, it's very easy for a car to give you a better perspective on what bass actually is than most normal listening environments. Headphones, you don't feel bass. Rooms, you get weird bass modes and resonances. In a car, the bass modes and resonances are up around 200 hertz or whatever. Anything down into the deep bass is not only no resonances, not only is it no room modes to deal with, but you're also in an infinite baffle, effectively. When you're in a car and listening to bass, you're in the infinite baffle. You're in the infinite box, being pressurized and unpressurized. So it's pretty trivial for even very small speakers to drop right down into the deep bass satisfyingly. And that's how I killed my speakers. Is I was listening over multiple 6.5-inch drivers. It was absolutely my fault. I was listening to drum and bass mixes that I got off of YouTube. Probably first person with additional bass boost. And it's not that the speakers couldn't do that. It's that the genre of music I was using, namely drum and bass, the speakers were able to do it. They weren't able to do it continuously. And I do mean continuously. Some of the mixes that I've got, it's doing that D&B like boom, 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 boom. And for a lot of that stuff, it does not change. I swear it's like they have the Casio tone drum rhythm that just literally goes forever. And that's all you get. It's like, nope, you just got Casio tone drum rhythm. Boom, 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 boom. It's always going to do this. It's got the same 16th note hats going on, and nothing about it is going to change. In particular, Euphoria. And Fourier is the spelling of that. That's a YouTube drum and bass guy. I really enjoy what it does. And it's also a beautiful example of this never changes. The background of the stuff that he puts out is just so relentlessly, it's always the same. It is always the same. It does not alter. And it's kind of frustrating in some ways, honestly. It's a little irritating that here we are, we're listening to our music, and kind of like if blues is a 1-4-5, and this music is this relentless and completely unaltering boom, boom, but it's not a very deep boom. And that's because all the lows are being carried by the synths, the drum and bass, especially when it's a little bit old school. You've got interesting synthesizer things happening. And in fact, I'm looking forward to serving that audience a little bit with some of my recent stuff, because the triangle maker that I've recently come up with, Triangulate, should come in real handy for that genre. Because what it's going to do is, and there I am, having made another level. Cool beans. Good, good, good. We're going to keep going until we're bored. After having generated a bunch more mobs. Just like this. Although I have to put that there in order for that to happen. Then it'll work. And is it getting dark? Do I care? I'm not sure I care. Nine more full stacks, 12 more full stacks. Gave me my many stacks of dirt. As we continue to fill in all this area. That's not even close to night. I'm going to go until it's a lot more vertical, and then we're going to start filling in with shrubbery. Man, I hear the high winds outside. That's something that we're going to only be seeing more of. The reality of climate and how it has been affected means that we are going to see more and more of the really intense weather, whether that be the bit that worries me. Some places are very subject to tornadoes, hurricanes, all that kind of stuff. That's legit, but the one that I don't like is I don't want to see hail. I don't want to see my possessions, like the car that I used to get to recovery meetings, or my house, the shingles on my house. I don't want to see that stuff destroyed by hail. It's worrying. My ability to replace stuff that I have that's ruined or destroyed is not great. And I don't think it's going to be getting much greater, because I don't think my life choices have led to me becoming the kind of wealthy where you're like, ha ha ha, I don't care, I'll move to my summer house. It's like, no, that's not going to be me. I'm not going to be summer house dude. And I'm comfortable with that. It's just upset. I suppose the thing, my ace in the hole there is I am at least a Vermonter. So there's something to be said for, oh, and look at how dark this is. That's unhelpful. There is something to be said for being in a place where the state in which you live is likely to try to help you if things go really backwards. Like if things go really sour on me, it's very possible that there's a degree of emergency relief going on. But yeah, so big winds rushing by my house make me think of that kind of thing. It's like, oh, hung in there so far. Part of my thermal insulation is in fact my storm windows. One of my storm windows got smashed by neighbor kids, and the neighbors that I've got are unlikely to ever try to help with anything that they have been part of ruining, so some of that just remains kind of messed up. Oh, I see the capacity to run down and sleep a little bit again. Let's go and immediately do that. The amount of thermal insulation I'm willing to try to do in my place is quite amazing. So I don't mess around with that. I figure that part of my experience, like if I can optimize for stuff, I will. And I optimize for weather. I am prepared to, if the weather is too uncontrollable, turn my house into a little spaceship, a little space capsule, in which I can ride out unreasonable weather bursts. Like I could probably survive unlivable wet bulb temperatures if they hit in Vermont, which may be less likely, for quite some time. And that is specifically because I have a lot of thermal insulation and I leave it in place even during summer. Like even in summertime, my windows stay shut. They've got the storms on them. Well, no, this is starting to look really dark. What the... Maybe it's time I attended to this. And I have ventilation in my place, which is literally a lot of it I've just kind of invented and made. It's all about thermal, a kind of chimney effect. And here we are, incredibly dark again. Huh. And now we're starting to get a little bit of a light from sunlight. But we sure have a lot of shadow here. I've still got a whole bunch of this. Let's start using it. I'm going to kind of eyeball what bits look darkest. And let's see what we can make happen. Oh, I will need to, however, place all of my dirt to really get a sense of that, so let's continue going. Maybe I'll even get a good sense where I should dial back, like each time it starts getting ridiculously dark and then lightens up and then gets ridiculously dark again. I can go up the wall and see where the darkest of spot is, and then go from there. Like I can kind of see where that was, and then over there it's going to become ridiculous again. But I'll be looking for the pitch blackest of area, which I have now gone well past, and it's going to be over here somewhere. And up the wall we go, looking for that center dark. That should work nicely. We'll do that. But yeah, the as far as like never mind winter. Winter, it's obvious you're going to seal the place up. You're going to use your little heater or whatever. But the same thing applies in unreasonably hot summer. In summer, it can very easily be a matter of like, okay, during the night, it's going to be essentially survivable. During the day, enjoy your 130 degrees, and if you let light in the windows, then your insides become 120 degrees too, just immediately, just boom. You know, have fun melting in the heat, and so it becomes a matter of going in there and getting rid of some of the things like light coming in from the outside. You know, if light coming in from the outside means that your interior is going to be 60,000 degrees with a greenhouse effect, then it's kind of unmanageable. You're kind of like, nope, I guess I can't have that. I guess I'm going to have artificial lighting much like I do in winter, much like I do right now, which is another reason why the live streaming has its purpose. It's not really carried away, but doing this live streaming, I am staring straight into some bright LED lights, and they could be even more intense than that. They're not, but they could be. So it just becomes, it is summer, we're sealing the place up as if it is winter, and at night there is a fan in the ceiling and a fan in the basement. The basement fan is bringing air up from the basement. Oh, I missed one. Heater soap's over here. Here we go. And then heater soap's over here. And here's another. It's kind of wild how tricky it is covering this base. Like, it doesn't really want to... Oh, actually, that's not right. How about there? Let that grab you. Very nice. Man, do we go through dirt fast doing this, I gotta say. And that's a way of dealing with, it's like living on the surface of the moon applied to comfortable environment maintaining. There are circumstances where sunlight coming cheerfully in the windows is going to blow up your temperature to unbearable degrees. And if you're using like Mylar to block off the energy, reflect the infrared away, like I get through summers without using any air conditioning. But the way I'm doing it is these kind of hardcore ways of getting real aggressive with it. The way I'm doing it is really being aggressive with the not simply cooling, but not letting the temperature rise up in the first place. And here we are with our final, looks like our final two placements of these. As I listen to the wind blow stuff around outside. I'm pretty certain it's not going to lead to grave danger and distress. Not this time. I don't think that's going to be a thing. And that's a good spacing of lights. Looks kind of crazy, but it works. And there's my darkest spot. And then we're going to have a whole bunch more once I start with the leaves thing. The leaves thing is going to be a real thing. I'm absolutely going to have faux forest looking greenery out here. But for now, this covers us for a little bit longer. And I'm like immediately getting up to where I need to make more light again. Like light 5, light 1. Yeah, this is already light 1. This is already spawnable. That's not awesome. But there will be lights in there embedded in foliage. So that'll help. And I'm needing more dirt real quick. Almost out of stacks again. Amazing how many things you can place individually clicking like this. The overall spaceship itself was, of course, made with Snowball Madness, but a bunch of the stuff is being filled in very much manually. And here I am immediately having to revert to just that. Oh, I can eat that carrot. Nom 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 nom. 5 may be too many. Somebody's just standing there. Not for long. Keeping an eye out for these dark areas. They get worse and worse each time. But if I end up doing this too many times, what will happen is my inventory will be literally full of dirt blocks, which is all fine and good, but don't really need quite that. Hey, random boots. And not much else. But we've re-upped the dirt blocks pretty substantially. It's a little eerie how non-bright all of this looks. Like, I kind of like it, I'm kind of happy with it, but at the same time, think we're not going to quite go up to where it is 45 degrees, but we're moving this sort of general direction. It can be a pretty substantial bowl for planting crops and things in. And I'll be able to do some rivers. Rivers will be cool. Spaceship rivers. Gotta love spaceship rivers. And intensely dark areas for mobs to spawn in. That, maybe not so much, especially since creepers spawn most easily and are least conducive to what I would like to experience here. I am almost tempted to do another round of lampposts. In fact, I am most definitely tempted to do another round of lampposts. That might be just the thing. Although I don't know if I have to do it on this level. I think maybe I can go around again, which would mean going up 2, and that'll probably get me there. So it gets steeper as we go. I have been watching my favorite YouTube peoples, namely LoadingReadyRun. Been watching some of them play the game Terraria, which is interesting in its own right. Like, that seems amusing. Gives you ideas for how you can make games that are not strictly just about running around in a 3D space. Terraria is most definitely a 2D space, and yet it's still a sort of giant exploration zone. Big old universe to explore with biomes and everything, and yet it's 2D. You can go over, or you can go up, or you can go down. And you can go way the heck up, or way the heck down. But over is kind of a primary mode for it. I'm going to take just a moment and give myself a whole bunch more of those. Come on, we're doing you one at a time. Thank you. Hand it right to me. Very good. And then one more. That one wasn't carrying any. Seems weird. This one probably is. Sure enough. And let's yeet over to Night's coming. Come on. Come on, Night. The world is only going to go so much farther up before I start bringing in the trees and things. How far are inventory be gone. Oh, I'm literally on the opposite side. I was placing blocks here, is where I was. I am not sure whether I'm going to be wanting to have animals in here. It's doable, it's possible, but I'm not sure that that fits with my vision of what I'd like this to be. Even if it proves to be only a temporary vision because it gets blowed up or some terrible snowball madness thing happens to it. It's not supposed to, mind you, but things can happen. There's a dark area that we're going to put a lamppost in. Oh, it's starting to get so steep that there's not necessarily a continuous path. That's useful to know about. Kind of peeking back to see whether I've got monsters attacking me from the dark areas. At some point it would have to move over to where things are getting literal sunlight, but we're not there yet. This spaceship is so big that it's not as simple as that. Instead, I'll start derping around in areas that are just in darkness. Here's one of those darkness areas I mentioned. Kind of an extraordinary thing. Kind of a crazy thing here to build. It's funny how it works out, because it's like, it's snowball madness, so some of the most challenging stuff, that's artificially generated. It's about as demanding as asking ChatGPT to write a sonnet. Which means bits of the blocks were not placed as perfectly as I would like, and yet still, there it is. But then some of this stuff is purely being done by hand. Up to and including the challenges of maybe some of it not working out very well, and leading to monsters spawning and attacking me, which hasn't happened just yet, but I feel compelled to remember that it might. That the possibility arises, the possibility persists. As I place block after block, stack after stack, just cranking away and doing the thing. See, some of those dark places, they need attending to. Here comes another one, just like the other ones. That's why I made the extra fence posts. And we come around here. And then go up to have a little gander at where my dark spot is probably going to be, and it's going to be literally here. But not anymore. The intermediate dark spots are still a thing. So now sort of sideways on. These guys are a little this away, that away. So that looks good. Here's another one that looks to be basically pretty sideways on. They're getting farther and farther spaced apart. Over here, sideways on. These are fairly in a row. It's fine. And here's another sideways on. Here we need to definitely step over this way. We get closer and closer to literally butting right up against these guys as we go. Oh, are you seeing animals coming up the stairwell as if it was a pulling beam? That'd be amusing. Here's another diagonal. Remaining sideways on. Oh, getting darker. Gonna be time for bed before terribly long. Also, look at how the grass is still growing in. That's what I was talking about it being kind of satisfying. one more dark space. One more placement of my little telephone pole there, which goes through here. Time for bed. Do there in fact be animals coming up the falling beam? No. Alrighty. So we're going to put a little bit more dirt going forwards around a couple of more times, and then we're switching over to, well, first things first. How about I see what that looks like? It looks like a bunch of darkness is what it looks like. That's ominous. What if we're flying around? We haven't gone nearly as wide as that. Like that whole birch side thing is covering a much bigger area. However, we have gone well beyond the internal sphere. If we head down, it's a very dark internal place. We can go quite a bit up more with leaves and such. Beg your pardon. Okay, I'm offended, sir. No. In fact, give me your bow. No? Didn't give me his bow. Jerk. That's crazy. Why did I charge him? Why did I charge the creeper? That almost took me out. Damn. Half a heart. For now. Half a heart, and I don't know how much damage that did. Although it's going to be down low. But our game engine seems to not be as happy as it was. And we can't fly. So we're going to sit here and let's disconnect and reconnect. Whatever it did, it came back. Now let's see how bad that got after sniping a dude from over there. And let's see how much damage we have here. Not all that terribly much. Cool. Some. Nor did I plan to put that there. Let's go and get some materials to fix this. At least he wasn't up in the spaceship. That would have been most unpleasant. It's like we're climbing up into an even higher spaceship, but all we're doing is rebuilding what was down at the bottom. And here, this is civilized areas where nothing of the sort is going to happen. And hello. No, I'm just going to fall right past you. You can come down the ladder if you want. Fat lot of good it's going to do you. There we are. Any more creepers thinking they can be clever? No? And there we are. That is back the way we wanted it to be. Here's my little arrow. And I'm going to climb right past Mr. Dude and then shoot him from here. We definitely have monster spawns down here. The dark areas are no longer safe. The last thing we want to see is those guys. And I definitely saw that guy. Maybe it is all dark, but so close in that stuff isn't really spawning unless you literally leave. That's interesting. I can think of something useful that I can do. We can literally use a bunch of bone meal and grow stuff in on all of this. So it doesn't have to be just plain grass, but I can throw bone meal on all the grass and have it be much more natural looking. That was quite funny that I charged the creeper rather than go in the opposite direction. For whatever reason, I instinctively was like, "Brah!" and then I charged the creeper. I splattered myself into him. Maybe it's because he was hovering around like my space, as in my spaceship. Get away from the gate to my spaceship. All in all, this is coming together. And most definitely, I think 2 more levels of this, and it's going to be over to the leaf blocks. Yikes. And there I am charging him again. No. Down. I will take your bones to make my bread. Yeah. We're spawning monsters. Boy, howdy, are we spawning monsters. I will need to keep a closer eye on all of this. Who knew? It looks like we have so much stuff everywhere. Oh, that gives me more bone meal. I am not carrying my armor. Only sleep at night, eh? Well, it's night, just about. Please let it be night before more monsters spawn, literally in the middle of here. Very good. What spawned while I was asleep? Not much. Here's where I left off. But we're still in that zone. We're still in that zone where now stuff is spawning with a capital S. It's behind me and around me and in all sorts of little dark spots. And that is cumbersome, but it makes the latter stages of my day of Minecrafting more dramatic and exciting. Plus, giving me little bits of bing. You would think with all of these lampposts everywhere, it would do something. You would think that would be a thing. Well, we're going to have some more light, but it's not going to actually cover all of the areas, because apparently these lampposts are not densely packed enough. I mean, look at that. Like, have to put down torches and then it looks like there's so many of them, too. And I don't get it. Seems kind of weird. I can put bushes in the literal darkest spots. That might work. Oh, there's a guy who appeared and then disappeared. Neat. It's big enough that you can see them start to spawn and despawn. Gotta kind of just look behind myself periodically. Maybe I can have so many skeletons spawn that they generate lots of bone meal, which I can then use to terraform the place a little bit. And over to generating my regular monsters. The ones that I expect to see. By now they're quite far away from me when I do this. The area that I'm putting dirt in is getting smaller and smaller, but the circumference is getting larger and larger as I go. I'm going to have to watch it with the the Minecraft instincts. If my instinct is to charge the monster, that's not always good. That was one of those really tough ones. Okay, dirt blocks acquired. Area scoped out. I'm hearing noise from legitimately outdoors that's spooking me because it sounds like it might be a Minecraft monster attacking me. That's funny. And all it is a mighty wind, like the satirical movie, which I have not seen. I've seen Spinal Tap. I haven't seen A Mighty Wind. Pretty sure that's the name of it. The one that's about folk singers. I'm given to understand that's every bit as good as Spinal Tap is over metal musicians. So it's probably worth checking out. There's any number of things I haven't seen. There is a movie about the Festival Express, which probably contributed to the Mighty Wind movie. Not sure if you ever heard of this Festival Express, but that was back in the 60s when a bunch of Bay Area bands traveled across Canada on a train to put on a bunch of concerts. And it was one heck of an experience. It's the kind of thing, there was apparently a Rolling Stone article. Somebody covered it and was able to talk about what that was like. And quite a thing. Because this was the source of the thing that I've sometimes quoted, where Bob Weir of the Grateful Dead at one point was like talking to a bunch of kids who were trying to shake down the promoters of the festival to have free concerts. And the Grateful Dead would play free concerts, but they didn't like the promoters being told that they had to make it a free concert when the promoter was paying for the train that was driving them around. And they were having a wonderful time on this train too, because they were going from place to place. I don't think they had access to drugs, but they sure had access to booze. And so the hard drinkers of the musicians like Janis Joplin and so on were in their element. Pigpen of the Grateful Dead, in their element completely. Oh, hi. This time I'm not going to charge the creeper. How about? This time I'm going to shoot the hell out of the creeper. He came from quite close up. I don't want them coming from behind me, but we will find out. Spooky. So the hard drinkers, they were super duper in their element. They were having a wonderful time. And all the musicians were just traveling around. And they were at this one stop, and radical kids were going, all the festival must be free, I tell you. And Weir's like, if you want something for nothing, jerk off. The Dead sided with the promoters. But then the Dead came back and played a free concert anyhow. But they're like, no, these guys are paying for our train, and this train is awesome, and we want them to not go bust. Of course, they actually, the promoters went up going bust anyway. I am now very nervous of those creepers. do not like them. And rightly so do I dislike them, because they are meanies and will blow up my stuff. And this is not the environment where I want all my stuff blowed up. This is a big glass sphere which I wish to have all of its dots remain correct. So, not going to be wanting creeperization, so I'm going to have to keep a close eye out. That or place a gajillion torches. I could do that. I could place torches. I could place these. I could be a little careful so I'm not just placing these things in the wrong place all the time. It does lend a degree of interest to it to have this placing blocks experience suddenly become a lot less safe. Bearing in mind they'll probably appear when I'm closest to a light because they can't appear literally on top of me. They have to appear at a little bit of a distance. So when I'm placing blocks in the dark, that's less likely to be when the mean, nasty monsters show up. Of course, I'm not entirely sure of that. I suspect that's how that's going to work. Up, those are stars. It is safe to go down and sleep. I'm going to beat feet immediately right out of here as soon as I am done. Up onto the glass where monsters will not directly spawn. And scope out this crazy arena looking thing. And then resume. I am super paranoid of the noise I make in walking on dirt because it sounds a little bit like a creeper going, "Hi." And there's another level placed. I bet I can do one more without anything blowing up. I bet I can place one more round of this before switching over to grass block. Not grass block, leaf block. I also haven't decided exactly which leaf block I want. But that's what it's going to be. We're just like on the... I bet there's some spots. I bet there's some spots that are just 100% ready to spawn monsters, and other spots that are not so much. Hopefully I'm correct about what I know about. Hi. Whose little friend are you? You look like a skeleton to me. complete with a rather high test bow with punch and unbreak in 3, which I won't be needing. Yeah, you step on the dirt just right and it sounds a little bit like a creeper going hello. That's less than fun, but it got me some bone meal, so cool beans. Creepers can spawn in total silence, but I believe they make a certain noise when they move, and they definitely make a noise when they go high. Still cool. There's an area I can head towards, which I'm pretty sure has some of the darkest spots just by chance. And that's where stuff is going to appear at me, and I don't know exactly where that's going to be. And I don't think it can be right on top of me either. And like I said, I'm betting it's in areas where I am in light, because I'm just far enough away from the extremely dark. And there's only a few of the spots, but they're a concern. Then I just have to hope that my Minecraft instincts are not so toxic and derped that I charge creepers again. It's all very well charging creepers down on the ground. I don't want to charge creepers around all this glass. That seems bad. No good will come of it. I feel like backing away from them can also be problematic. Plus I can have mobs spawning way the heck down there, although I don't know if I'd hear them. I don't know if they would become apparent. And once I have placed this final, and I go up and get my shears. See, that spot where I can literally see XP orbs feels to me like that could be a place where something could spawn. And I'm not comfortable with them doing that. But it should be somewhat better once I have lights around the outside edge. I'm going to have a bunch of those. We'll put in some trees and things. You can plant trees in the darkest spots. Well, maybe not in the darkest spots. Plant trees somewhere. Figure out ways of reinforcing all of this, making it functional. Ideally, I'd like it... Oh, hi. You're another troublemaker. Points to you for not being a creeper. Thank you for that. Did you drop anything? No. That's one of those spots. Clearly one of those dark spots. Maybe I'll run around with torches. Maybe that's what I'll do, because I can take the torches back out again if I'm done with them. But that should do a pretty good job of demobbing some of these nastier places. Some of these really count as nastier places. That's a cow. It's a moving thing, but it's just a cow. And here's a whole pile of stuff. Let's go back to our ability to shoot things. There's a guy. There's a guy that gave me a bone meal. That's nice. And I don't see anybody else right now. Out from the shadow. Let me throw another log on my fire while I'm keeping an eye on this seemingly innocent zone of doom. There we go. Amazing. All those lights. And still it can't be lit up well enough to avoid mobs. I don't even know. It is nighttime. I'm promptly flying way the heck up so that I can scan for doom. No doom, although the grass is beginning to spread and cover the areas I want it to. It's going to take it a while. Honestly, wouldn't be such a terrible idea to place some more grass block in there just to cover it. I really went quite a ways towards putting so much dirt in there that it's going to take forever for the grass to come in. But that's cool too. That's fine. Next thing is to fly over here and go up without hitting space, which will make me go down, down, down very, very, very fast. And let's see what, now that I've gotten up to my safe space, Reasonably so, anyhow. So we've got plenty of this. Oh. Once that spreads, I mentioned placing down torches. I don't seem to have any leaf block, but I bet this is where I've got my shears, sure enough. So I'm going to, when I shears up some leaves, and I'm going to zoop around here. Placing some just plain old torches in my darkest spots. But not up here, because that's where the leaf blocks are going to go. And the leaf blocks are going to contain the remainder of these glowy things, sea lanterns. So there's a dark, dark spot. No longer. I mean, I think I can just double up on stuff time to time. Just throw more of these lanterns around. There's so many of them, but it's like, well, I guess that's what it takes, huh? There's a real dark spot. I could have them be different heights. We could have some of those lanterns be 3 high, some of them 2 high. Hi. I think we found a spot for a torch. This is an effective way to find spots for torches. Derp around and see at what point the monsters show up, and literally on the spot that they appear, boom, torch. And it's somewhat lacking. Nothing all that dark there. But I see a very dark spot right here. And I see a dark square right there, which has kind of no business being wrong. Looks like we got a troublemaker right there. And right there. See, this is why I don't really trust this very well. it's kind of not being all that helpful. We just have too many little areas where stuff's popping up. Like I see that that is a dark point, but there's so damn many of them. So I just don't know. And now I don't have any torches left. So time to blow this joint and get rid. We'll plant trees around the edge as well as having the lanterns illuminating things. And sploosh, down we go. Creepers live around here sometimes. That's not great, so we're gonna try not to get hurt by those. And let's maybe get ourselves into a likely tree. That's not a likely tree. That's under the trees, and that's not great. In hopes of getting some good leaves. Maybe even leaves of a couple of different kinds. Or leaves from a tree that I can replant. And more bone meal. Hey, John Sand. Yeah. Kinda. Kinda. What that means is it is not necessarily the most normal Minecraft. It's a different kind of Minecraft. But that's the sort of general idea. Where's my axe? Here's my axe. So as much as the spaceship is made out of birch, because of course it's made out of birch, why would you make a spaceship and not make it out of birch? We can also have another kind of wood available. This kind. Hi, chicken. So there's a bunch of dark oak, and we have a bunch of dark oak leaves, which is exactly what we need. Oh, let's grab some of these flowers. These are cool. And even more dark oak leaves. Very good. And let's grab flowers without actually removing them. And let's head back. To here, remaining able to eat ourselves out of danger if there is danger. Is there danger? Kinda. I'm still counting creepers as serious danger, and skellies are kind of annoying, but not as serious danger. Speaking of which, hi. And up we go. You know, if I'm going to use torches for this, I can cheese it. And I'm inclined to give that a try. Here's how we cheese torches. Not going to be perfect, but it's going to be an improvement. I see you over there. Not as worried about him though, because he's not a creeper. That's how we cheese it with torches. Snowball style. That was annoying. How dare he show up? Plus, why aren't my torches showing up as much as I would like them to? There we go, that's a little better. This shouldn't be happening. Can't even place a torch on that. That makes no sense at all. And yet, apparently you can. Weird. Okay. It's not supposed to be possible. I wouldn't be able to do that manually, I'll tell you. This should help a lot, although it might not be perfect. In fact, it probably won't be. But it really ought to help quite a bit. I'm pretty sure the way this works, spacing is not of the most perfect, but it covers a bunch of ground. And it's not spacing stuff denser than it needs to. So we can still end up with dark spots, but on the whole, it's not super bad. Cheesing it with torches. Excuse me. Sorry about that, man. I coughed right into the microphone there. Yep, no lava pit right now. And no getting killed with mobs too much while I finish up the placement of these things. I'm letting the grass grow back, and I'm going to want oh, was that bad? I'm sorry. I'm going to want to put grass in there, and oh, for heaven's sake. And I'm going to want to get me a whole bunch more of the dark oak leaf blocks, because those need to go around the outside edge quite a bit. Maybe the trees in here need to be birch trees. How's that sound? Does that sound good? Trees in here become birch trees because that's what it's made of. That seems like that kind of fits. Ah, this sucks. They're all going to the side. Heck with that. That's no good. They are all going to the side, making it more difficult to catch up with them. I'm going to say that's a big nope. Blowing my mind just how poorly this works for torching up the place, given that everything is spawning like crazy anyhow. Like, how many torches do you need to place? Lots, apparently. Those overhead lamps aren't working very well at all. Oh, let's see how well that works going forward. We do seem to be doing a little better as far as stuff spawning like mad. And then the nice thing about the leaf blocks and the glass is that stuff can't spawn on leaf blocks or glass, so that's very useful. So 2, maybe 3 levels of that, and then some trees once the grass grows in. Trees around the top edge so that the tops of the trees poke over this sort of slanting way back leaf block area. Because we still have quite a ways before it goes particularly vertical. That will help fill in the aesthetic of it. Like we said, aesthetics. Oh. Like we said, apples. Do I have a full inventory? No, apparently not. Okay, I'll take one of those. About 15 minutes or so. Oh, touchy guests. Oh. At 15 minutes or so, I gotta start thawing out my dinner. I am now wondering whether I should make this an irregular top edge. I mean, I know I can make it perfectly even, and there's a certain horizontal aspect of that which is going to work. But I could also make it uneven, or work around the trees that are going to be planted here. Let's place the final burst of dark oak leaves and leave the full stack to reduplicate them and then go in and sleep. If necessary, shooting things all the way in. But I don't know if they're gonna. I mean, there's the thing. I can go and be placing blocks until it is thoroughly dark and see how much spawns in here. Stuff should spawn around the top edge, but not on the leaf blocks. Pretty close in, actually. Oh, nope, got something spawning down there. Godot Zombert. And he appears to be spawning in a place where there should be a torch and isn't. Bingo. So that was useful. Also, guess what? There's yet another place where there could be a torch and isn't. Because of this grid form. Time to grind some more of these ugly monsters. From right here. What are those guys doing not being able to climb? Well, these ones seem to be able. There we are. That's lots of leaf block. Here's a bunch of really dark areas, but it's going to start becoming fine once I start having the leaf block down. I'm tempted to put leaf block over this outside edge of dirt. That said, I'm not convinced. And I could put it over the outside edge of dirt and then put lights also in there. I'm kind of liking the simplicity of every glass block gets another block on top of it, and that's just how all this works. at a distance, that should indeed work just fine. Got a bunch more to place. It's a little harder to see these, but these stop anything spawning on them, so there's that. I'm going around just placing all the blocks. Seems good. And yeah, the idea is I can put trees around the edge, but then it starts looking like there's way more trees also in there. And all the area, not only does it fall back because it's a 45-degree angle essentially, but it's also all non-spawnable. And that seems good. It's honestly mostly the creepers. I mean, getting attacked by skeletons and zombies is a whole other story, but that's essentially fine. It's like, whatever. The creepers are a great invention of obnoxious game mechanic, because creepers destroy stuff you made. And I'm making stuff out of glass, so I am not enthusiastic about running into creepers in this build. Feels like all of my not okay, no thank you, please. Also, the way this goes, if I go up high enough, I will end up with gaps in the leaves, which kind of shows me this is where that area of leaves leaves off, as one might say. But if I just place directly on top of all of the leaves, then it does a good job of not. And we can tuck in lights around the outside edge in regular intervals. Once we have it so they're not replacing anything. But the nice thing about it is it gets to go dark in the shade, and that doesn't matter because it's not spawnable area. It's leaves, but it can have this sort of horizon-like effect. And once I get down into there, like looking up at it, it should be a sort of dense, vaguely 3D looking effect. And I can sculpt with more of these if I like them. Like we can break up the regularity of it, but right now it is extreme regularity. It's exactly all of the spots. So there is a uniformity to it. And like guitar noted metal producer Slipperman, and also one of my characters in my fanfiction book says, uniformity is not beauty. But uniformity counts as uniformity. And it's not necessarily anti-beauty. It's just, do you get anything out of it being there? Like, under what circumstances does the uniformity aid you or hinder you? And if I place trees up around the edges of here, once I've got some lights down so that it's not too spawny, and then have this going way back behind where the trees will end up, I feel like it could end up being pretty cool. And there we are with another level, but we're not done. We're going to go farther. Continue. We're going to continue, and I don't know how many layers of this we're going to do, other than this is a very large structure, so we've kind of got room for it. We've kind of got room for making a huge leaf bowl with the dirt bowl inside it. And express the aesthetic of that. And walking through it is an amusing way to spend an afternoon. I talked enough philosophy and music earlier on, although if anybody wants to show up and bring it up, by all means. I am happy to be drawn on to conversational subjects around the stuff that I know. But it's okay if we don't, because I can just go dush, dush, dush and play stuff. Madly play stuff. The orderliness of it is pleasing in its own right. Wouldn't it be funny if I took it all the way up to vertical this way? I don't know if that would necessarily work per se, or what it would even look like. But I could go up quite a ways, probably. Oh, not up to there yet. Noise of spooky distance in the background. I don't know why it thinks this is a cave. Kind of is. There's cave-like qualities because it's an artificial structure that is hollow in the middle and vast. And night is beginning to fall. Oh, see, that's what I was telling you about. The ability to have stuff happen. Am I going to get all the way around? No, I'm not. Let's hike down here, pick up some XP, and do a sleep. Maybe at some point I can scrutinize this for whether anything is spawning too. One thing about it, I do have this... hey, we'll grow a dark oak. Let's see, how much farther can we go? Up. I'm going to need to make some more of these pretty soon. Speaking of which, let's see how this big collection of guys goes. didn't do so well. In fact, some of them seem stuck. Snowball Madness can still surprise you, but boy, it puts a lot of effort into degrinding some things. This is not the most challenging monster grinding scenario, nor is it meant to be. That some of that stuff, like it's this close to letting you spawn them as your own personal army. There was a time in the Snowball Madness design phases where you could do that, where you got to spawn things and they said like Applejinx's army or Applejinx's ninja, much like mine do, but if they were yours, they didn't attack you. And this was meant for multiplayer servers. But I was never that interested in having like massive PvP world for everything. That was never really my jam, so it kind of missed the mark in the sense if I was able to program it, and it kind of worked. There were times when they would betray you and attack you, and there's also times when I programmed them to become mad at you and attack you. But I did have that mechanic going at one point, and I simply didn't really enjoy it very much. Was not that big of a fan of the make your own army and, I don't know, go to war against other guys, because that's the thing. It's possible to play Minecraft that way. And it was even kind of interesting playing in a let's wreck the joint kind of way with people on a snowball-based server. But I really didn't enjoy it all that much. Which is why this current version doesn't really operate on that basis. Like, you can make terrible mistakes and do awful things with it, but it's not really designed to make it seem like it wants you to. And that's all kind of game design type stuff. Is can you make the thing so that it tells you how it wants you to play it. That's part of what I try to do with this type of stuff, is it should be giving you hints as to what it would like you to do. And that's why the giant sphere and cylinder mechanics. Speaking of which, I could in theory do some stuff with cylinders around here that fill in some of these areas with geometric exactitude. I do not remember exactly the rules of how the cylinders work. Ooh, and it is 4 o'clock. Give me a second, and I will leave this here. I'm going to take just a moment, probably not as much as this, to defrost the stuff I was going to defrost. Alrighty, that didn't take me long. Set the oven to warm up, got some cheese out to defrost, quick glance to the sides to see if any creepers are sneaking up on me. No. Alrighty, on for last hour of Thursday, and as always, even as I place big old rings of leaves in Minecraft, if there's anything you want to ask me before I'm back to my own devices until next week, this is a fine time to do so. I am making myself available on live streams for the purpose of being able to interact with people, and it's good for me and it's good for you. So I'm going to zip around doing all of this, but as you can probably easily tell, this is not actually important. It's just something that I find engaging, and I more or less just run my mouth like mad while placing all these blocks and derping around doing all of this stuff, figuring out important questions like how many layers of leaf blocks should I have on this? And going through doing the never quite the same and never changing engage. One of the interesting things about playing the Minecrafts in such a way that it's not rendered completely harmless, but it's probably good, is that the soothing regularity of doing a grindy thing like this can be interspersed with, like, boom, suddenly creeper or whatever. And it keeps your mind kind of ticking over. It keeps you engaged as you process through whatever you were on about. I wonder if you can see through. When you put leaf blocks, you don't really see the glass behind them. You do a bit, but they cover up a bit of the glass behind them. Another useful thing about the live streaming is the health benefits of, like, drinking espressos and grinding this. That looks so weird over there. What is it? That looks to be just areas of mountain. And before has indeed got a question. As the sun is setting and the stars are coming out, so I'm going to yeet myself over to bed. And then I can have a look at am I more inclined to listen to music I'm already familiar with or to search for new music? You're doing a lot of searching for new music lately. That's cool. I get to do both at once because I'm a drum and bass fan. There is, and a dub techno fan. So when I say I get to do both at once, I mean it. Oh, look. I'm all the way over here. A lot of the stuff that I willingly listen to and enjoy the heck out of can be very consistent and very repetitive. Dub techno, especially the stuff that I listen to or the channels that I find it on, tends to be very consistent. Especially, like, there's the guy that I listen to, which I'm pretty sure is a Russian dub techno guy, Cyanide 95, if I remember correctly. And his live sets, I tend not to be as into, but he also produces these sort of pre-recorded sets, generally to the imagery of some kind of Russian environment played backwards or played forwards and backwards. It can be, buses and taxis and trucks and things, or highway, or it can be just landscape. But the way he always does it is he makes stuff play backwards or he makes stuff play forwards. And whenever he does those, there's this great consistency and width and depth to the sound that I'm a big fan of. So those when those sets go up, I'm very interested, and it'll tend to be something that I find, and here's where we start getting blocks peeking through, so this is probably where I start leaving off. Or I'll figure out some way of working around that. For now, we're still going to place blocks like this, and then I'll look at them from the outside or from underneath and see what I want to do with areas like that. Similarly with Euphorior. Euphorior's drum and bass is, I think, pleasing sounding, but it is so consistent that it's like listening to the same thing over and over, even if you're hearing new stuff. And there is a value to that in its own right. If I'm looking for something to be comfortingly familiar, it can be real good at doing that for me. That said, I do sometimes discover new things. One of my new things that I discovered, we have a layer that doesn't have a block down here yet. So we're going to continue filling in where we are to fill in, but we're running into places where we have departures from the form. And that's kind of what I was looking for. I wanted to see where this takes me. For instance, I'll sometimes see Drumeo videos. Drumeo is all about highlighting drummers. And I stumbled across one where the drummer was the guy from Mastodon. I'm forgetting his name now, but I remember noticing. And I was really delighted to discover this dude because he plays like I would want to play if I was able to dedicate myself entirely to drumming. He's got a sort of Keith Mooney thing going on where it's just really wild and just fills all the time. But he's like, if somebody described Keith Moon to you and you'd never heard him, a modern person would expect this. And then if you actually listen to the real Keith Moon, you go, oh, that's a normal rock and roll drummer. That's not as crazy as people described him to be. But this guy from Mastodon is like the way Keith Moon is described to be. His chops are extraordinary, and he's really busy, and the energy and intensity of it is just stunning, overwhelming. So I discovered him fairly recently. And then the next thing you know, I'm checking out videos on the making of Mastodon albums. And I haven't finished watching through some of those either because I fell back on stuff that I'm really familiar with and already know as far as YouTube video watching. Because again, last week was a little challenging for me. And the week before that was an incredibly high intensity creative burst. So I'm riding that out. Not letting it burn me out too much. I'm allowing things to happen in their own time rather than just continuing to pursue the crazy, intense inspiration zone until I fall over, that's not going to be any good. We're not going to go there. And let's make some more of, we've got all these little spots now, so I'm going to need to fill those in somehow. Good, good. Seems legit. And time to spawn some more zombies and get some more leaf blocks. One more. So yeah, I expect to be looking into more Mastodon, having discovered that. And the interesting thing is, even with a cursory glimpse at some of the making of, you get little details, like the guitar players there going, hey, on this album, occasionally I played more than one note. Because the way that the genre works, they're doing kind of like your Iron Maiden style thing of just and the guitars are rather, Iron Maiden is very bass led. This not so much, nor are the guitars flashy and incredible, although I do believe I heard some good soloing. But the drummer is bonkers, and the drummer is Brandale is one of the founding members of the band, like a band creator. He is a drummer for Mastodon in the way that Stuart Copeland is a drummer for the Police. Put it that way. And that's damn high praise, but I think it's justified. So that counts as new. That counts as stuff that I had not heard before and am experiencing now. And then at the same time, I will absolutely be returning to stuff that is super familiar quite often. Let's see how fast I can place the rest of these blocks before running out of blocks to place. How many times around do I need to do this? I can go quite a few times around, certainly, but how many times do I need to do this? And looking back at those blank spots need filling in. It'll be worth fussing around figuring out what I want to do with those, because there's a bunch of interesting variations in here. I see missing areas which could either be stripped away or made more dense with foliage. And that should give me ideas for how I go about creating all this. While at the same time, the sort of guts of the design is still a thing of great regularity and consistency. It's like every time you see a glass block, place a leaf block on top of it, and there you go. That's what you get. That's what the end creation is. Farther along I go, the more unusual it gets. Like I end up getting areas that poke up to the side in interesting ways. Also, if I go around doing this, I may get to spot the areas that will spawn monsters and put torches in where they belong. So that could be worth something. Assuming there are any. Maybe there aren't any. Downside is it's harder to see what I'm doing. Upside is up here, monsters can't spawn in any of this stuff, so nothing can spawn very close to me because it would have to be literally spawning on glass or on a leaf, and none of that's going to happen. So as I go, it's safer and safer. Watch how he says this and then a creeper drops in his head. I don't know, though. I don't think that's going to happen. The downside is simply that I can't really see very well as it starts to get dark in Minecraft. How are we doing with mobs spawning in here? I'm doing a lovely job of filling in this area, to the point where I might be getting close to done. But I don't see any mobs spawning there. Oops. I think there is a mistake. I should not have placed those. I have a simple oversight where we're placing to the side of those. So all of a sudden over here I got nothing. Oh, did I get all the way around? Is that what happened? I think that may be what happened. Okay, back to sleep. Yeah, see, one of the things I really like about Cyanide 95's dub techno is it is very sparse. Very, very sparse. I think it sounds fantastic when it's that sparse. So let's see. Flip here. Here are some spots where we can trim this area. No, let's take those edge ones out. And I see another area much like it on the other side, so let's go and seems legit. How's that one look over there? Oh, there's another space. Same deal, sort of fill it in a little bit and then take the edges out. That down a bit. I feel like the big gaps get taken in, but since some of these other places we're going to throw lots more oak leaf on. Like here's a spot where And then here's another. Fill that in a little there. Just kind of scamper along here, looking for blank spots. I think I see one coming up over here. Sure do. Cool. Good enough. All running around looking for additional spots. There's more. So I can go around from the other direction, and that will probably show me something. Okay, here's the spot that needs to stay where it is. But over here, we got several bits. We can densify it pretty good. Really? Thanks for the carrot. Where did he even come from, that one? Just one leaf poking up. Amazing that that baby zombie popped up. What the actual heck? Where did he even come from? It's broad daylight. Now, from the other direction, grass is beginning to come up and take over. Coming around the other way, we can see holes that weren't visible from the first direction. And at some angles, it's very empty looking. The density varies a little bit doing it. It's nice that you mentioned the evergreens thing. I cared a lot about that. What I'm currently working on will serve a similar purpose, but in order to do that, I have to be able to make a functioning GUI meter. Because the stuff that I have got to show, or demonstrate, illustrate, I have to make the metering plugins that will show what it is. And then what's going to happen is I'm going to pick stuff where it appears that React channels get to do reacts over it. In other words, you're not going to be hearing Beatles, for instance. And then play perhaps even an entire album while also showing what it's doing on the meters the entire way. And we're not talking just, I mean, there's obviously going to be RMS meters, that kind of stuff, because that's important, that's relevant, that's part of the whole don't do loudness wars thing. But it doesn't stop there. I'm taking these top ones off. I don't feel the top edge is any good. And next we'll plant some trees. Or snowball up some trees. That's also a way of doing it. We can try with dark oak, because I do have dark oak makers. And this is big enough to stand it. So yeah, the next thing for evergreens is going to be along the lines of playing stuff off of my vinyl records with the expectation that the whole thing is going to get copyright claimed, right? But through choosing ones where the streamers seem to be able to do full reacts of them. And then it's going to be playing the metering the entire time. The entire time it will be elaborate, intense metering such as you've not seen elsewhere. Whether it's, RMS loudness, peak density, zero crossing density, slew. I can meter slew. I used to do that back in the day. It's not really as much of a thing at the moment, but all of that stuff is going to come into play. So let's see now. What can we do here? There's a big old tree. Oh. We're putting some big old trees there. They're kind of dark. Not necessarily a bad thing, but it might be a little intense. Let's see how this feels, because it really takes out all the horizon, doesn't it? So would it be more pleasing for it to... Let's go and find out. I bet you anything I've got some birch saplings in my collection. I'm not really interested in alternate websites to YouTube. I've seen them. There's nothing that's really thriving at the moment as far as a YouTube alternate. There we go. And if we look at these windows, we get to see our little environment down here, somewhat obscured by the intensity of the see, yeah, that dark oak, man, that's just too dark. It's so dark. Let's see what we get out of some nice little maples, birches. If this is much better, I shall be using these instead. One thing about them, they are not as thick as these other ones are. That's a few of them. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, that can work. It's an interesting blend between that and the lights on sticks. And we can stick lights near those too, or throw torches on them or behind them. Throwing torches behind them could work. Let us go forth. I mean, the thing is not to avoid getting claimed, because there are folks out there who will quite happily claim stuff and get paid the YouTube revenue for it. And they don't particularly mind. They're just like, nope, pay me. YouTube should pay me for this. And you go, okay. And then they're quite happy. This is not so unusual. It is a feasible way of going about things. Because you got to understand, like, YouTube revenue, YouTube revenue is not what you'd call significant. It's not good. There we are. So people are happy to make like passive revenue off of their musical property, and it's basically like, okay, you say fair use, fine, you don't get paid for it, but you can use it. The ones that are down for that, like, you're never going to do that with the Beatles, you're not going to do that with the Eagles. There's a bunch of bands that are worth interacting with that it will not happen. But there's a bunch of bands where you can, in fact, engage with them in this way. You just can't get paid directly from it. And I think that's fine. I think that is a fine thing. So that's the way that's likely to work. Plus I have a twist, which is, you know how I do my videos? And for especially the plugin videos, I talk into the good mic and it's a pleasing experience. Hearing me go on talking about all that kind of stuff. Well, I could do a video where I'm doing a extensive analysis of, say, the Beatles, the Eagles, if I do it right, and play it onto the screen so that people who are familiar with what I'm already doing, and this is assuming I'm already doing the thing where I have established we play this is what it means when I'm playing this stuff, and this is what it looks like, and now you're also listening to it, and doesn't this classic rock stuff sound good? Here's what it looks like on the meters. If you were to try to reproduce this is what you'd have to do. No reason I can't also do that with the Beatles and simply not let you hear their music. I can do the analytical side of things without actually playing it out loud. And nothing could stop me. Because all that matters to these folks is, and I know it would be very frustrating, because it would be like, yeah, imagine how good this would sound. You've heard some of my other stuff along these lines. Check this out. Here is a classic Beatles track, full quality. Here is how it's coming off. Here is how it is playing. What have I done? Why is it doing this? You are making dirt blocks rather than placing trees. That seems weird. We're wanting to place trees like that. Okay, there's a little gap in the tree, so I'll go back in and deal with it later. Speaking of little gaps in the trees, I think I had better replace a dirt block and get out of there. I accidentally had to break a leaf block. That's how low that tree was. So yeah, I mean, I can do this thing, and I can do it with the Eagles and the Beatles as long as I don't let you hear it. So for the purposes of studying what the thing is, learning how to do it properly, for instance, or just having a reference to here's how to do this stuff good and properly, that's available. And for all of the bands out there who let people react to their stuff, and I'm thinking in particular of the ones where they will let you play the thing all the way through. You don't even need to do weird things to it. It would be the ones where they're going, sure, go ahead. Those would be the ones of great interest, because those would be the ones where you could hear it as it's meant to be heard. And then also watch what it's doing on the meters. Like with this particular big 60s or early 70s sound, here's what it looks like on this meter. Here's what the zero crossing meter is doing. Here's what the RMS meter is doing. Here's what the peaks are supposed to be doing. And that's why I need to make the meter I'm talking about and let people have it. It's not going to be enough just to show it anymore. I've done a little bit of that before. I've sometimes gone on, with these, like I think I did that with the Steely Dan thing that I did at one point, was do that, show the meter, show it what it was, and be like, here is a case of and I only did it with one track, and my take on the track, it wasn't really recorded as well as I could have liked. My pressing was more crackly than it needed to be. I've got pressings now of classic albums that I could do much better than that with. But the trick is being able to do it in such a way where, I can give people the meter and let them do that work. Let them hear what the sound actually is, and then reproduce that with their own stuff using the same meter and producing the same basic results. I mean, not the same. They'd have to be the musicians to do it exactly the same. But it's like, hey, if you wanted to do this sound, you might have to produce this noise and have your RMS loudness be about this loud. And then you might have to have your peaks cover this range across this area. And how can I do that if I don't give people the meter through which they can reproduce the results? Or you're hearing that beetles are doing that? That's interesting. That I did not know. I wouldn't have guessed. They'd never really been into that before. It's not really been a thing so much for them. Let's see now. Bunk. Now let's start to fill in some more of these birch trees while we're at it. Birch being what this is made of. Anywhere we see a spot, we throw up more trees. That's not a spot, but that is. So that it looks a little bit more like we've got something of a birch forest going on. I don't think it has to be hyper dense, but I think we can do this stuff to good effect and really put across the vibe. I'd like that. You can still get through to up here. But the idea is that this is the exterior of that design. There's a dark spot. Let's make it darker. That's going to be a mistake. It only did that because it hit a leaf block. Copy of Rubber Soul from 1978. I couldn't tell you. It's good in its way. Rubber Soul is a pretty good album as far as being your classic Beatles late 60s kind of thing. Rubber Soul's pretty good that way. It's not as adventurous as like Revolver. Revolver is a stone killer. It's amazing. I'm going to capture my copies of a bunch of these things, specifically for the purpose of being able to work with them. I'm really going to want to study some of these. There you go. There you go. Nice and tall. Lovely. That's probably as much as I need. You think Norman Smith hated rubber sole? I don't know about that. I'm not sure. Okay, so we've got 8 torches and the ability to duplicate stuff. So how about we throw some zombie meat into the treetops, make a little more bone meal, and get down here to start filling the behind areas of this birch forest surrounding this area with torches so that it's lit up. And, or possibly I could be using sea lanterns. Maybe that would be a better idea. Like the rest of this stuff is working with sea lanterns, so we could simply plunk in like embedded torches in some of these places. I don't know. Well, at any rate, here come some sea lanterns in the bodies of zombers. Very tough zombers. Now we got a goodly number, so clearly we just need more. Now we got just whole bunches of sea lanterns, and so those are going to illuminate the outside edge of the forest where you can't see. Like one there, one there. Oh, hang on. Getting close to the end of my day. There, just plunking them in behind the trees so they cannot as easily be seen. Which is not to say they can't, but make it a little more difficult. Sort of from the center is where we're hiding them. And it's probably not going to do a perfect job, but we'll do the best we can. There's another. So if you're approaching from the center, there's a whole bunch of hidden lights around here. There's a fine place for one. They're just about on the ground in places where there is not a leaf block or anything like that. So they can't be in too close. And then I'll probably throw even more down, but I'm going through and throwing a bunch of sneaky hidden ones in. Concealing them as much as I can. There's a spot. Watch how I'm sneaking through here, placing the lights, and all of a sudden a creeper jumps out at me or something. I'm like, no! Oop. Speaking of which, let's take that one down. And they also end up about the same height as the ones on sticks. I thought I saw something moving, but it was just smoke. And it looks like we've gotten all the way around again. So, boop. Yep. Alrighty. And time for a sleep, but not before having a look at our area here. And sure enough, you don't get to see the outside area very much, but you will once the upper layers are more well developed. And how many of these sticks do I have left? We can throw a bunch of low-level lights up, which are on a single stick. Where there is darkness. Can I take out all of the torches during the last 4 minutes of stream? I doubt it. But can I find a couple of spots to put lights on sticks? Yes, I can. A couple of spots. Not all that many, just a few. This will end up producing mob spawns. But all the same, I think it's going to end up being okay. As long as they don't wind up random creeper surprise at the last moment. We do need grass growing on some of this. That seems like a good spot. Definitely don't need a torch right next to the bright sea lantern, or right under that one for that matter. Or right under that one. But we can certainly put one here. There's a bunch of them hanging around here. You know, that's probably fine. And time is going on towards 4:59. I think I'm going to break just a couple of more of these, and then I am off to have my tacos and enjoy my evening, and I'll catch up with all you folks later. With my merry torch-breaking ways. I think that may be most of them. I guess we went down rather than up, huh? That's because I hit space again. Yeah, I mean, SMVFX, you must understand that I do all of my own stuff, whether for good or for ill. It could be for ill, but it's still me doing it, and that's kind of how I roll. This is coming along nicely. Very good, very good. I can't really be on model if I'm using somebody else's creations. So that's going to be a respectful no thank you there. Oh, hey, I got a lovely little overhang here. I can look down upon the outer space forest. Cool beans. All right. It is 5:01. So I will talk to you folks later. I'm off to make some tacos, and next week we're probably going to be getting back into plug-in stuff because there's experiments I need to try. For instance, the capacitor 2 style variation on pair, the EQ/crossover, and biquad filters. I've never tried that capacitor trick on biquad filters. So we're going to see what happens then. And until then, I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.